All right, we will call this meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. It is June 19th, 2024. This is our regular town meeting. Amber, will you call the roll?
Mayor Allison Dennington.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sherry Corey.
Here.
Commissioner Corey Runty.
Here.
Commissioner Marie V. Walker.
Here.
Commissioner Adam Meyer.
Here.
Town Manager Elizabeth Mascaro.
Here.
Town Attorney Ryan Knight.
Here.
Police Chief Tim Zander.
Here.
Building Official Robert Bickgood.
Here.
Fire Chief Gavin Brown.
Here.
Public Works Director Tom Davis. Finance Manager Jennifer Kerr.
Here.
Town Clerk Amber Brown is also present.
Okay, so we will stand to say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. Welcome, everyone. It's nice to see you all. Let's see, we need to, do we have any meeting additions or deletions?
I'd like to remove something from the agenda.
Okay,
Unfinished business, item B.
okay. Which one is that? Number, unfinished business?
It's the consideration of.
Oh, yeah, I know, but number 11. So 11B will be, do we have to vote on that, Mr. Knight, or is that something because that she can, that she removes? Yeah, okay, I thought so. I thought, yeah, okay. So we will remove item 11B for everyone in the audience. And for, that's the Riverside paving contract. Did you want to talk about why now, or do you want to do about that later? Okay. So we will move on. Are there any other additions or deletions?
I would like to have consideration of changing the agenda on the new business. I don't have my thing on. We have a D, creating a Citizens Academy, but we already had a previous discussion on the Citizen Advisory Board.
It's totally different.
That was brought forward by the mayor that we were going to put in a workshop. So I thought perhaps we could have the two of them in the workshop and do both at the same time and see what the differences are. Because they look the same on paper.
I would agree with that.
I would be fine with that if we can agree and schedule it soon and not have it sort of languish like we're gonna do a workshop, but then, so I'd like to sort of,
I don't
Tonight.
understand why the March was never followed up, so
yeah.
it just wasn't.
Yeah, we have had a lot of, I mean,
Yeah.
everybody in the town and stuff,
So
so.
if you could-
So I would be okay with that, but if on the, I'd like to sort of have a discussion, if we can at that time, just of scheduling then.
I don't know,
The clerk will
You know.
have to schedule it.
Well, then
that
I.
would be
yeah.
the regular time, commission workshops, right? Schedule, the regular schedule.
Yes.
Yeah,
right,
it would just be something on, that you would need to put on that agenda.
Yes, but I'd like for us to talk about, agree to a date.
What,
Yeah.
I have no problem with that, it would be whatever date. Did you have everything ready for what we said in March?
I mean, one thing I am curious about, so I put this on an agenda, obviously, to talk about it, but the police commissioner created a program, and we didn't vote to approve that, he just did it? Is that, I mean,
We voted
Is
to
it-
approve your citizen advisory board and to have
No,
the
actually-
workshops.
no, you voted, actually, it wasn't a vote, you voted that we would talk about it, we'd have a workshop. It was, I wanted to vote to approve creating one, but it was instead a vote to discuss at a later date creating one.
It
I don't-
said-
you know.
It said discussion on creating.
Well, I think we should, let's leave,
the
let's
advisory
leave
board
the,
at the town, at the workshop.
I'd like to leave the agenda as it is. We can talk about that when we get to it. I'd be fine, though, maybe moving it to the very last thing,
Well, we've already got a motion on the floor
but
to,
we don't have a second.
I seconded it.
Okay,
I think that makes total sense to combine them and move them to their individual workshop and remove from the agenda.
Can we just say that we'll do the August workshop and put it on there?
yeah, whatever
Yeah.
workshop
that work?
you have
August-
ready for
August
is
workshop?
fine.
Yes, if we could do the, yeah, August 7th, yeah. Then, okay, great, then I will agree to that. So we'll have the August 7th actual workshop, which is when we have a regularly scheduled workshop if we have things, and it'll be on those two items. Wonderful.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
like I said, I don't know why it wasn't already done.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Well, if it's my item, then I mean, the motion was to remove one of my items, the
Just not-
request in the presentation I had for creating a Citizens Academy for residents. It's like an educational, I was actually going to donate money to start it, so, but then the motion was to move it, to remove it.
To move it to the August workshop.
In conjunction also with creating a Citizens Advisory Board, which was another thing I put forth several months ago. So those two together in one workshop. Got it?
Thank you.
Okay, we've had discussion essentially, so we can call the vote on that?
Well, you don't need a vote under resolution
Okay.
2023-10. It can only be removed by you if you place it on the agenda.
It could only be, even if there's a vote?
Yes.
Well, in the interest of time, and I would agree to that. So I will remove it with the condition that we have it at that workshop. So, okay, so then now we will move on to approving the consent agenda. Is that correct? Yes? So do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So now we'll have a discussion? Because we keep seeing the action minutes, but we still aren't seeing the minutes.
That's correct. I had to write a contract
Okay.
and send it back to them, so it took time.
Okay. I know you are busy, but it is starting to get longer where before we have the actual final minutes. So, can we have a time frame? Because
I
there's a
just
couple
got
that
them
are-
to her because I
Okay.
had to execute a contract before.
Okay.
Per the motion that was made.
Okay, did she give you a schedule of when, because we have a couple that are backed up, right? So did you give her all of those?
I gave her all 5 of them. I
Awesome.
believe.
And then did she have a time frame or when she'll get them back?
She said she won't be able to get all of them done within a month, like
Okay.
we
Yeah.
discussed. However, she will get them to me as soon as possible.
Okay, I can't do it in a month, I'll do it as soon as possible. Can she
Well,
give?
5
yeah.
meetings that
No,
are
I know, but
potentially
could she
4
say
hours
she would
long
get the
is a
3
lot of-
oldest back within a month and then the other 2?
I can discuss that with her.
Okay, I mean, I think sometimes if you give somebody a time frame, they still might not meet it, but they're more likely to meet it if you actually have a time frame. So, okay, call the vote on. So we're accepting the consent agenda? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now we're going to move on to proclamations, presentations, and awards. And then we will turn it over to our wonderful Parks Board, who has a lovely presentation. Thank you very much. Ms. Barlow. And for everyone in the audience, it's pages 12 to 18. And by the way, our equipment is online, so you can go on YouTube and watch this later.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
No, thanks, Mayor Dennington. So, on behalf of the Parks Board, and I do have another member of the Parks Board in the audience, Haley, so I might reference Haley a couple of times, but essentially, historically, before like the beginning of the year, the Parks Board has really been an events-only board, and we've been working with the town and the town commission on other ways to get involved. And there are a few projects that they asked us to kind of take under our umbrella, which we are really pleased to be doing so. So thank you for that. I've had an opportunity to meet with town manager, so thank you, Elizabeth, for your time as well. So we're going to touch on 3 subjects tonight. We're going to talk about veterans. We're going to talk about the bicentennial water feature, as well as playground equipment. I'd like to launch with talking about what we'd like to do for our veterans. Now, initially, when the town came to us, it was really to kind of focus on an idea of generating kind of a refresh to Circle Park, which was now Veterans Park, because that was also voted on, I think, sometime before my tenure of coming into my position. We also, not only did we look at that, but we also said, you know what, we've got an opportunity to potentially look at other projects. So one of the projects that kind of came into play was Hometown Heroes. Now, Hometown Heroes is a program that is also embraced by a couple of other cities here locally, Melbourne as well as Palm Bay, but also other cities throughout. And there was a little bit of the characteristics of this program that just sort of resonated with the Parks Board, with kind of our town culture. We've got a lot of veterans, and it's an opportunity for families to potentially recognize their loved ones. So, in looking at Hometown Heroes, when you look at the program requirements, it's honoring a United States Armed Forces active duty or honorably discharged service member or military service member who has died in the line of duty. In looking at the criteria, what we are suggesting, and I've got one edit on here, but is a current Town of Melbourne Beach resident or a business property owner in the Town of Melbourne Beach, an immediate family member of a current Town of Melbourne Beach resident or business owner, or an employee of Melbourne Beach. Immediate family members can be wife, husband, son, daughter, mother, father, brother, sister, grandson, granddaughter, son-in-law, and daughter-in-law. The one edit there is to include grandparents. And we can certainly broaden this. This is not set in stone, but this is where our vision is for this program. The banner placement. If you look up here, and I know it's not real clear on the screen, but the banners are pretty much about this tall by this wide. And it's an opportunity to insert a photo of the loved one. What the other towns have done is showcase these banners for a time period. So it's at our discretion to figure out what timeline. So for example, we could choose Memorial Day through July 4th as a time to kind of showcase it. Banner placement, again, we have options, but we do have lovely decorative poles along Ocean Ave as well as through Rickman Park. So depending on what the draw is and the excitement from the town, I think we do have some options to kind of showcase them. The cost, quite honestly, it's not a large amount. Each banner costs between $100 and $125. Depending, we can look at either initially coming out of the Parks Board budget, we could look at a corporate sponsorship, and we could also simply ask the family members to potentially cover the cost of it. The lower picture is an example of how the banners would potentially look on the town poles throughout. But the next things to consider would be establish a website and the design process for ordering, promote to get the feedback from the community, and then also determine when to showcase. And then things to consider is the annual campaign timeline, because this is something that we would like to support on an annual basis. Establish the website, and then also evaluate returning the banner to the family. So that rounds out sort of the vision as it relates to Hometown Heroes. And I wanted to see if there was any feedback or reaction to that program from either the community or the town commission.
Thank you for putting time into this, and I know this is important to a lot of people in the town. Great presentation, by the way. I have it on my computer so it's very clear on the PowerPoint. I think it's a great idea, and giving it back to the families is a really cool token back to them. So I would just be curious the application process and how you would select them, but other than that, I would be in support of it.
Great question. So going back to the criteria, we do have criteria set in the submission process. Families would have access to a website.
Okay.
They would submit photos and documentation supporting the service members, validation. And we would scrub all of that information as we make sure that it's all valid to then work with the printers to get the banners. Another thing to consider is the installation and the removal of the banners. And we would like to coordinate that potentially with working with Public Works to do so.
Yeah, and I think it's a great program too, and I thank you for it. I have a question. So do we have, how big about just, did you say they were?
say probably-
Okay. So do we have any idea how many potentially people, what if so many people apply that even assuming that we had corporate sponsors and it wasn't a huge cost, but
Right.
we came into a problem of where to put them. I think we should definitely do it. But do you have any kind of numbers on just potentially even the possible high and low range of
Right.
how many people knowing who we have in town?
So
And
it's,
having a lot of veterans.
yeah, we do have a lot of veterans.
Yeah.
And we're a town of, what,
3,300.
3,300, plus your town employees. The statistic that I received from the town of Melbourne, because I too was actually worried about that, and I talked to a couple of the people, but like the town of Melbourne had 40. And their town is sizably larger and also has a much larger commercial base than even we do. So I think part of it is we don't know truly what the number's going to be. But I do think, and if it's oversubscribed, we can also look at a kind of a tiered banner placement,
Yeah,
a staggered.
yeah. Because I'd hate to offer something, have everybody, like a lot of people apply and then be, feeling like you had
Yeah.
to choose.
Well, quite honestly, another idea that we had was we've got the walkway that's behind like the old postal is an opportunity, if we're oversubscribed from a poll perspective, was to do some sort of installation to have an honor or a memory walk.
Yeah,
So that might be something that we kind of consider, depending on what the volume is.
yeah. Have you reached out to any local businesses, really local here, to see if they would even be, if they would sponsor or? that
I
would
have
be
not.
something- No, okay.
No.
I don't want to take all the questions. So.
That's okay.
Is it-
I don't have any questions, but I think it's a fabulous idea, and I hope we start it sooner than later. So thank you so much for doing it.
You're welcome.
I really thank you.
Well, no, I
It's
appreciate
very important to me.
I appreciate the questions. And I think essentially what we're going to do is, part of what we wanted to do here is showcase our vision, and then we're going to take it back, finalize it, and then come back with our recommendations.
Okay, great.
So we appreciate that.
Yeah, Thank
okay.
you so much.
So administrative question, do we have to take any comments or questions from the audience at this time as it relates to this topic?
I don't know if we do or not, but I would say let's go through all
Okay.
three, and then that way it's not a stop and start for you.
No, that's fair enough. Thanks. Okay, so next, I'm going to shift over to Veterans Park. Formerly known as Circle Park, but Veterans Park is located on Riverside Drive as you come around the curve. And the first picture on the upper right is a bird's eye view of the park today. And I also want to thank Tom Davis. Tom Davis did take a minute to kind of just validate where we've got power and water at both Veterans as well as Bicentennial Park. So thank you, Tom, for taking time out of your day to do that with me. But, when you sit there and you look at Veterans Park, we've had 2 individuals come to a Parks Board meeting since January. We had Jeff Fisher, who lives at 509 Harland. Really kind of he knew that Veterans was being passed over to the Parks Board for evaluation. And he just didn't want to see something that was somber. And I'm just sort of summarizing what was shared with us. This month, earlier, Bobby Williamson, who lives at 505 Riverside Circle, came and addressed, and really kind of, he wanted to express concern around the park's infrastructure. Today, and you'll note in that bird's eye view, just right off-centered, there is a cement pad with 1 bench. And the bench is broken and is not kept up. So expressed concerns around that, being an unsafe bench. We've heard this before. There's no car parking, nor should there be car parking for that park. There was concern around not necessarily having a vision, but not over hardscaping what we could potentially do in Veterans Park. And then just kind of really kind of emulating wanting to retain green space and maintain a little bit of unobstructed views. And then made the comment that we do have one small memorial at the flagpole here next to the firehouse as it relates to veterans. I mention that to you because the Parks Board also has just sort of been saying, you know, if we were a neighbor in that area, what could we potentially do without necessarily magnifying and being a draw with, you know, multiple people, but keeping it in honor of like a pedestrian park, refreshing it for those that live there to be aesthetically pleasing. So the things that we kind of worked on in the picture to the lower right-hand side, honestly, is just a Parks Board mock-up. We wanted to keep really the hardscaping to a minimum, but some of the ideas that we had were, could we potentially incorporate a memorial or honor pathway of some personalized bricks incorporated for families to, you know, to also honor their loved ones? The program requirements would actually be similar to what we sort of outlined for Hometown Heroes. So we would use some similar criteria and make sure that we vet that. The cost for personalization would be covered by individuals and families. One of the vendors that is actually licensed to use the military emblems is located out of Naples, Florida, and is called Polar Engraving, and it's the same company that Gemini Elementary has actually utilized. There's a couple of different templates, and we can break it down to specific templates that we think would be good for a potential pathway. As it relates to refreshing the landscaping, as Tom and I were out there, and I think that there's a few, and I'm not good at nature to know the names of the trees, but there are some shade trees right now that are blooming and really pretty. There's a couple of, I want to say laurel oaks. Yes, thank you. Thank you. But there's not a lot of shade out there. So, you know, there's pros and cons to everything, right? I'm like, if you don't have a lot of shade, it's not going to attract a lot of people. But I think at the end of the day, we've got an opportunity to incorporate a couple of new benches. The other idea that we also thought of was, you know, there's 6 branches to the service. Could we potentially do 6 new trees to represent each service branch? So that's something to consider. And you know, somebody also brought up sort of a memorial stone, and there's a couple of different, you know, varieties of memorial stones, and we could do it as an option or not incorporate it, but we could do some benches, a memorial path, we could do some trees, and be, again, a refresh to the park without necessarily being a magnification to say, let's come here, let's just keep it a pedestrian, you know, pathway. There's also an opportunity, we could put a couple of bike racks out there for those that do, you know,
A couple of what? Sorry.
bike racks out
okay,
there
yeah,
for
bike
those
racks.
that do ride their bikes. 3 vendors that we've at least identified, we have not reached out to them yet, but that we plan to try and get bids from are Go Native Landscaping, Sun Harbor, as well as Melbourne Landscaping. We are not saying that they have to match this design. As Tom had actually indicated, we can remove the existing concrete pad that's out there where the bench is, and we could potentially, but we don't want to increase the amount of hardscape. Just a small pathway with a couple of concrete pads with new benches with low-level landscape is really what our vision is. Haley has done a really nice job, and I don't have it on the PowerPoint, but it is part of the packet, is we've come up with sort of requirements or specs for these vendors to follow by, and again, outlining not to go beyond a certain hardscape measure. And so we're building that out. We plan to try and meet with those 3 vendors, let them come to us with their design ideas. in working with Elizabeth, she had mentioned that we probably want to keep this under the 15,000 range. And so give each of those vendors 15,000 as a budget to target, build out options so that they can price things separately. It might allow us, again, if we decide that we want to go with 6 new trees, maybe there's an opportunity that a family wants to sponsor a tree, and we can cover the cost that way as well. So again, things to consider, but we were going to get the bids in an sort of an optional so that it's broken out so that we can evaluate it to make our decisions. And again, things to consider, peaceful place to honor our veterans, pedestrian park, there's no car parking. We want to take into account that we've got the immediate neighbors. We want to promote green space, minimize the hardscape. You know, do we consider additional future bricks in the future? Don't know if that's going to be practical. I think that we look at this as sort of a one-time. That's my personal opinion. And then just, we want to keep it low maintenance and keep the cost kind of contained.
That sounds good. When you said $15,000, and I hope you can hear me, is that total for both, or is that each park?
That does not reference bicentennial. Like, that's just,
Okay, that's just Veterans Park, Circle Park?
yeah.
Have you talked to the residents there that live right by there to see if they have any, just reached out to them just initially even to see if they've got any major concerns?
So we had Bobby Williamson.
Yeah.
He's an immediate neighbor, attend our last Parks meeting. Essentially, what we were going to do was going to give notification for our next Parks meeting in July, as we're to also get feedback, but also to be there and be active as we evaluate what the vendors supply to us. So basically, a notification to say, hey, we're talking about this.
Yeah. But when you say notification, what do you mean? Are you going to personally go by or send some letters, or is it just the town notification?
It's not, I'm going to defer. I mean, I had a little bit of, I had an email exchange with Elizabeth. We're not allowed to put things in the mailbox.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So it would be personal delivery.
Okay. But, okay, yeah, just because, I mean, it would be nice to include them at the very early stages. If they have any real major objections, they living there, they're going to know that area a lot better,
Yep.
you know, so.
Well, and one of the things, and I know Bobby is in the audience, but not totally speaking for you, Bobby, but he was sharing that those immediate neighbors are out there in the park and enjoying it with their families, and they kind of use it as a social interaction.
And I definitely think whatever you do, put a bike rack there, because, you know, that's the thing, that's not going to want parking there. So definitely, you know, having a bike rack to encourage biking there instead. But what about the stormwater area, the issues in that area, and the idea of trees? I mean, we're good there. Yeah, because there's those couple areas along Riverside where there's low and you get a lot of the tree, you know. Well. Well, you did use that whatever equipment and suck the things out, but anyway, isn't there a strange stormwater pipe or something in that area though? That's farther up or different area. No, I know, but but it starts off
We
of
have
Riverside.
we have a baffle
I think
box
that's
right
far.
there,
I think
but
that's
it
farther
works.
up. So I just was.
I don't think so.
Okay, that's all my questions.
That area is high and dry. I just have, thank you again. I like the options. I really like the idea of the 6 trees representative of each division of service. And I think that could be pretty low, minimally invasive to the park. You could do it around the perimeter and it'd be low cost. You could put in some live oaks or whatever it may be. There's really no shade there. It's not enjoyable unless you're there late in the evening or super early in the morning. And then that would leave the middle super open for, recreation, activity, kids, dogs, whatever. I'm not sure if dogs are allowed. But I like the idea of having the 6 trees. You can put it pretty close as we're allowed to the street without infringing on the infrastructure. And you could have a plaque or maybe a little bit of paver area and a bench. I love that idea. That's what I would be inclined for.
No, because, to your point, Commissioner Runty, the other idea is that, again, we can use the pavers as part of the bench pads and not even having to incorporate actual paths from the street, quite honestly. The other idea was, if we're looking at benches, is an opportunity to incorporate some phrase, so two phrases that Haley actually came up with. One of them is from Jeff Miller, Florida politician, chairman of the House Veterans Affairs Committee until 2017, is the willingness of American veterans to sacrifice for our country has earned them our lasting gratitude. And then another one was from Joseph Campbell, who's an American writer, is a hero is someone who has given his or her life to something bigger than oneself. So again, just two examples, but that's something that we could also incorporate into the benches, which would be, a lovely tribute as well.
I like the trees also,
Yeah.
but
I
it
like-
will depend on which trees and where and why.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the idea of the trees would be 100% my thing. I think
Yeah.
the least amount of concrete and pavers and that, keeping it as green as possible would be where I'd lean. I'm interested to see what these vendors come up with their ideas.
Yeah, I mean, would you potentially pick a different tree for each branch of the service and tie it in somehow with, with the brand? I mean, I'm not a plants die on my watch, so I don't know much about that, but.
No, I mean, it's a great idea, but I think we also, so, I
want
mean, we've got some
uniformity,
options.
yeah.
I too am not a green thumb,
Yeah.
so, but it's part of the discussion that we can certainly have,
Okay.
yeah.
And EAB could probably be a good resource for landscape selection, as far as which.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Our Environmental Advisory Board.
Oh,
could-
the
Could be
EAB.
a good resource to talk to, is if we get to that point, they can help you with selection. I do know that I think live oaks have the largest reduction of carbon, and they're the best for the area, and they're native. But I'm not a tree expert. Something, I
Thank you.
think shade
They
provided.
do
would be
shed
nice.
a lot, though, so.
So that's getting into details. I love the tree idea.
So, I was just gonna throw this out there, but then we move on, but have you ever seen the little meditation circles that you walk? I mean, I've seen small ones too, but is that, so you're talking about just a path?
Yeah, but I mean, to be honest with you, we don't even have to do a path. We can just incorporate the pavers into the concrete pads with which new benches would be erected. So,
I was just
I mean-
thinking if you had, because it is like a circle, you had the trees, you could have
True.
a bench and a little meditation path. That in itself would have little pavers that you could have names on, or,
Right.
bricks or whatever. But anyway, so I think it's wonderful. Thank you. And
I have a question. Are you going to honor veterans that are living and not just those that gave their lives in service?
yes. I mean, that, it basically sort of matching kind of the program, the requirements from Hometown Heroes. It's living and past.
Oh, okay, so Hometown Heroes was also living, because I understood that it was just those who passed,
Sorry,
which is
living,
fine.
living and past
Okay,
is what the intention
okay,
would be.
then we definitely have a lot. That's great.
So one thing I would like to have or see you guys go ahead and reach out though to some businesses and just to say, sort of see if there was any interest, if they were, interested in any aspect of it, because anyway. And even just getting a survey of how many, do we know how many veterans we have living in town? I'd be interested to have some rough number.
Elizabeth, didn't you guys run some ballpark numbers on that?
We just did staff
Oh, okay.
and our immediate families. There were almost 100,
Just within staff?
just with staff.
It's substantial, if you use the math.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Also, just from my perspective, as a general observation, don't feel that you have to tie that existing pad in. We installed that and it can easily be.
Removed and we can shift.
Yeah, the
But again, I'd like to honor minimum hardscape,
Yeah.
but incorporating two benches is sort of our vision.
Yeah.
And respecting the fact that we'd like to honor, green space and,
Okay, so I think we need to kind of move, I don't want us to have a too late meeting, so let's try to. So now we're moving on
Okay.
to the playground equipment? Or-
Bicentennial
Bicentennial
Park,
Park,
real
okay.
quick. Yeah, so the next topic was, this came up, I think, at a couple of town commission meetings ago, when it got shifted over to the Parks Board to review. But essentially, the former garden club Bicentennial Park had made a donation of $1,500 to go towards a water feature. And one of the questions, and we had a really good discussion around it, and I think it is a lovely idea, but some things that popped into our heads to take into consideration is, yes, there is water and power available. The water that is there is irrigation well water. It's not potable water. So in taking that into consideration, we're going to look, if this is something that gets approved, we've got to take into account that the irrigation water can gum up the pump, the weir, and potentially stain the materials. And then the cost of the pump and lights, and do we want that to potentially be always on? And that's a little bit of an unknown right now. Another area to consider is maintenance. We've got coastal elements, as we all know, salt, air, sun, heat. So if we're going to look at something, we're really going to have to shift to looking at a commercial grade unit versus something that, Dawn Barlow might want to erect in her backyard, sort of thing. This next section was at the benefit or at the help of Haley, but assume about 15 to 20,000 gallons per minute per foot of feature. We're going to need rocks, grading.
Not 1,000, right?
I'm sorry. 15 to 20 gallons
that's a
per
big
minute.
fountain
Sorry.
right there.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
That sounds like a splash pad.
That's all good. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just seeing dollar signs though go up. when I think it's
Well, and
commercial.
so, $1,500 probably is not going to be practical for a commercial unit. Honestly, we'd also want it to be reflective of our town. And do we look at the consistency of, you would look at our welcome signs that we have now, and if we incorporate sort of a new sign, does it match the aesthetics? Can it match the aesthetics? We could probably get it to match the aesthetics, but my question, and I didn't have the history on this, is the $1,500 only towards a water feature, or could the garden club consider it for something greater than a water feature? Because again, we're not coming to you guys with a recommendation right now, but we have had a list of concerns that paints us towards not potentially considering a water feature.
I mean, I think, yeah, I'm glad you vetted that, and I don't have the answer. We'd have to look at the minutes, but that is good, to know. So.
I believe we have a representative that was part of that in the audience that could address that.
Well, I think we kind of need to, what does the minutes say? Or, okay. I just don't want to spend too much time on this. We're getting into, it's almost been, but,
This is good feedback. I think we can take it into
Yeah.
consideration moving forward.
yeah.
There's pros and cons to like you said.
There is pros and
to every
cons to
project.
everything. And, and so there was part of me that was like, so could the garden club, if we end up going with 6 trees,
Yeah.
would that be a potential consideration to sponsor a tree? Again, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I just need to know.
So let me just ask you a question, because
Yeah.
then that way, so if for whatever reason, like for those reasons that you said, like this may wind up being a lot more expensive, or, more expensive and then more expensive in the long run than the donation amount. So maybe we wouldn't do that. Do you have an alternative that you would then, put to them and say, would you care, from these alternatives, would this be something acceptable?
We didn't vet out alternatives at
Okay,
this
so yeah, I
point.
would
Now, the
say
only,
vet,
the
yeah.
only things that we did say was because there was a reference to incorporating Welcome to the Town of Melbourne Beach, we noticed that not all of our welcome signs they need to
Yeah.
be maintained. There's a couple of letters that are missing. So is there an opportunity to potentially put it towards our signs?
Yeah.
There's one. Or is there any landscaping potentially that we want to refresh? We've got to take into consideration that there is traffic and that's got to be low profile in that area. But it could go towards, some landscaping.
I would say, come back or go back and maybe just like actually put some hard numbers together, estimates, but just to be able to show the people that donated, like, this is what we're looking at, you know, and then here's 5 different options that we can, you may not like any of them, but we did, you know, or do any of these sound interesting to you? Because then you can work with them. If they like one of the ideas, then it could come back. At that point, we could talk about it, and it would be respectful of, you know, what they wanted with their donation. Does that sound okay?
It does.
That would be my.
And Amber, if I could just, or if you could just point me to which meeting. Okay, if you just want to follow up with an email, I'll go and listen to the minutes and see if there's any reference. I didn't see it in any of the material that was provided to us. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
And real quick, I'll just touch on this on Playground. So we have started our initial trying to get our ideas as it relates to Playground. Just to give you what we're trying to do, we're going to break it into kind of 2 design themes, narrow it down. We're going to break it into 3 age groups of equipment. We're going to try and price it out for each of those age groups, keeping cognizant that we might not be able to do a one-time implementation, that it might have to be a phased implementation. So that's our vision. Part of that was even in working with Elizabeth, so thank you again with kind of getting us into a lane to come down, but that's where we're going to go with Playground equipment.
I think that makes sense. So, yeah.
Just one quick comment on the playground. If and when we do look at renovating the playground or replacing it, if you could look at the Mikey Goodwin playground for the shade canopies. I spend a lot of time at all the playgrounds now, and I would love to see something that is structurally substantial and very permanent that could withstand a storm and not have to come down in the event of a storm. I know they're expensive, but I think it would be important to look at that, because that equipment gets, I mean, the solution we have right now is great temporarily, but it gets really hot.
Agree.
I don't know how much all that's going to. I thought the equipment was in pretty good shape, but is it not? The playground equipment, is it not in good shape? I mean, my kids are getting older, so we haven't been in the playground as much as we used to. But
Works has done a very good job in keeping it refurbished and keeping up with it. But
Yeah.
yes, we do have it in our long-range capital
Okay,
plan
yeah.
to allow the purchase of new equipment. So this was an opportunity for the Parks Board to look at
Yeah.
and see if they can come up with a long-range plan, you know, whether we change the type of equipment or the color
Yeah.
structure or, you know,
Okay.
whatever that looks like.
Okay. I didn't know if it was brought up by a need, like a safety, you know, it's past its life or it's getting used close to, or just if there was an act, you know, I was curious because that preceded me, so.
We've had it for many years.
Okay.
They do a great job, but eventually we want to
Yeah.
start to replace.
Okay.
If you
So this
look
is
at
more
it-
really of a long, this is kind of a long range. This is not like we're going to be replacing this in 6 months or next year right away. This is more of a long range sort of planning discussion.
Yeah.
No, but I'm talking about time frame. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, yes, we'd like to
Okay.
start to possibly replace pieces
Okay.
as we go along because of the expense.
Yeah, but then to have a sort of master plan when we're ready, so that when we start that, we already have a plan instead of a piecemeal. Is
Right.
that- Okay, got it.
As we did what
Yeah.
Indy Atlantic did, and we went out and did a fundraiser.
Yeah.
to do a big-
That one thing I was gonna say is, I mean, hey, like, people like to do fundraisers and, you know, even if you don't raise all the money, but for things like playground equipment, and it might, you know, could you, in the course of doing this, think about maybe and propose ideas for small fundraisers, or even some fundraiser that we could do in conjunction with like our Founder's Day, but that way it's not like another event, but.
Those
something
types of
in-
ideas have been brought
Yeah.
up. I think
Okay.
that part of the feedback has also been that we do pay taxes, but there might also be corporate sponsorship. So there's a
Yeah.
couple of
Well, I
ideas
mean-
that we can certainly explore to
Yeah.
support the cost, you know.
Yeah,
If I may, I think it's a little early for that, a little premature for that conversations. You wanna wait until it's the right time to approach with some sort of information and packet that can get people excited. 'Cause like you said, you know, there's different
Yeah.
avenues for funding. I think we have higher priorities for
yeah,
donations right now.
okay. All right, so,
Thank you, Don.
yeah, thank you, Don. And since we're not voting, we won't have public comment. If anyone has comment on that, or idea is go to the parks meetings. It will come back up again. There's nothing final yet. It's still in the stages of planning, so. Okay, now we will move on to, which one are we? Presentation by the Firefighters Association for the donation of the new Marine Rescue Unit. And let's try, how much time do you think this?
30, I'll keep it quick.
No, I mean, I don't want, not 30 seconds, but I feel like,
No, I'll keep it quick. So we have one of the members of the Firefighters Association here tonight. We've been working with them for about a year now. Our current Marine Rescue boat, we purchased quite a few years ago, back in 2007, so it's worked good. The maintenance costs have been increasing, and so we decided it was time for a new Marine Rescue vessel. So we've been working with them, and I'll let Travis come up and kind of talk about it, but basically, Melbourne Beach started the Marine Rescue Division in 1995. I won't talk about this very much, but if anybody wants to look at it later, this is a newspaper article from 95 when we started the Marine Rescue Division. So since then, we've had a real strong Marine Rescue program. There's a lot of interesting things we've done. In addition to just rescues, we've contained large oil and gas spills in the river to prevent big pollution outbreaks. We've done stuff with law enforcement and shuttled SWAT teams looking for high-risk suspects. So it's not just going out and rescuing people, which we do. We rescued, I think, 3 people and a dog last year on different incidents. But in addition to that, the boat's used for a lot of other things. So the only other thing I'll point out, just to keep it quick, is that in partnership with the Firefighters Association, they've funded the Marine Rescue Program since its inception. So the only cost to the taxpayer is just the ongoing maintenance and operational costs such as fuel and repairs. But as far as the actual equipment itself, they've bought numerous boats for us, jet skis, ATVs, and all that is through donations that they fundraise with programs such as the mailer that gets sent out to residents in the 4th of July party in the park. So that's where the money goes. So if you're ever like, where does the money go when we send it to the Firefighters Association? It goes towards community safety initiatives, such as this Marine Rescue Program and the, Stop the Bleed buckets at the schools and stuff like that. But this is where it goes. So, Travis, I'll turn it over to you if there's anything you want to add, and then we'll wrap it up.
Like Gavin said, my name is Travis Wood, Vice President of the MBVFA. And as Gavin said, we're the not-for-profit organization that fundraises for the, in support of the department. And as Gavin said, over the past year, we've been discussing the replacement of the boat that we were previously using. The one that we are donating to the department is a 22-foot Pathfinder, 2022 or 2020. That was lightly used, and we had purchased it from the Indian River County Sheriff's Office. Aside from just the donation of the boat, we have allocated money in order for upgrades and various other things to take it from the law enforcement use to the fire department's use. We plan at our 4th of July event that we use for fundraising. We will have it out in the park so the community is able to view it and see what the donations have gone to.
Yep, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, we'll have it out for the community on the 4th of July. We're going to drag it out tonight. We decided bring it out on the 4th. We've got ladders. The kids can look at it and get on it and see, some of the different equipment we carry. But just thank you to the association for funding that and for continuing to fund the Marine Rescue Program. So we appreciate, them doing that.
I have the title for both the boat and the trailer to present to Chief Brown tonight. So.
Take that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Okay, now we will move on to 6C, which is a presentation by our town attorney, Robert's Rules of Order. And so for everyone in the audience, if some of you were here last night, some of you weren't, our town attorney was here last night and gave a really great presentation, and we thank you for that. So this one is on the Robert's Rules of Order. I'll turn it
Thank you,
over to
Mayor. This should only take about 45 minutes or so. I'm kidding. I did include some information in there. I'm really not going to go over what is parliamentary procedure, how to introduce a motion, all of that stuff. But there is some stuff for your review. There are two items that I would just like to point out. The town did pass a resolution last year, 2023-02, which governs the town procedures. They did adopt Robert's Rules of Order. One of the issues that I want to talk about is just how the sequence for an item that's placed on the agenda should be presented. And I think it'll help to sort of speed things along, especially throughout some of the longer meetings. So first, the mayor would introduce the item by reading it from the agenda. You can ask for a brief overview from staff or whoever brought up the motion or whoever placed the item on the agenda at the time. At that point, the item would be open to the town commission for discussion. So each person is given an opportunity to speak on that subject. If a person speaks, then they cannot speak a second time unless somebody else is given the opportunity to speak, should they choose to.
And who decides that?
You're the chairperson.
Okay, yes, thank you.
So at that point, once that discussion has ended, then public comment should be taken. That would be subject to the 3-minute rule. The exception to that 3 minutes is if there's a majority vote by the board to extend that time. At that point, additional comments from the commission would be solicited, same rules as far as speaking and speaking for a second time. And then at that point, the motion should be introduced by somebody on the commission and the vote taken. The other issue I want to discuss is just really general point of being courteous and civil during the discussions. Any argument or comments should be addressed to the agenda item, not something that's not on the agenda or that's not in front of the commission at the time. Includes no collateral issues such as, a vote that happened 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Try to keep it limited to what is on the agenda. If it does happen, especially now since we have a transcribing service, it's very important to speak one at a time or else you're not going to have a good record of it. So one of the main rules is if somebody is speaking, wait until they are finished before somebody else starts speaking. If there's a case where people are arguing over each other, the resolution does have a procedure that governs that through the point of order. So if there's two people talking at one time, at any point somebody can say point of order and the chair has to immediately stop the proceedings. So that stops all argument, it stops anybody from speaking, and whoever calls a point of order should be prepared to cite the rule or whatever they need to in order to support their point of order. At that point, it's the chair's duty, which would be the mayor, to make a decision regarding if that point of order is well taken or not taken. At that point, the person who actually made the point of order, if the chair determines that it is not well taken, they can appeal, and then at that point, it would be subject to a board vote as to whether that should be sustained or overturned. But really, the main point that I'm sort of trying to drive home is if somebody is talking, please let them finish. That includes people who are giving public comment. They should be allowed their 3 minutes before any kind of questioning or interruption. And really, it's common courtesy. It's going to help speed things along, especially if you keep any arguments or comments related to the item that's in front of you that's being discussed. So that's really just the main points I wanted to drive home. It's a little less than 45 minutes, but
Great, thank you, appreciate it, it's
Thank
very
you.
good. One thing, and I can send it to you later, but there are a couple things I think that are in our charter or our code that are on procedure, like we have a provision that talks about the most recent Robert's Rules of Order, but I think the resolutions picks one, so which would control? I mean, I think that the charter would. I don't think there's any big differences, but there are a couple things. So a resolution can't really change an ordinance or the charter, though.
the resolution can't. The resolution has the
Yeah.
2022 newly revised Robert's Rules of Order, which was the most current version as of last year. I really couldn't imagine there being any
Significant
big
changes.
differences
Well, that was an easy
regarding
one.
that, but the town
Yeah.
charter would govern
Yeah,
that.
but there are one or two other things, and I'll send those to you separately,
Okay.
just, okay, thank you for that presentation. We will move on to, now we're at the finance budget reports. I will turn it over to Mrs. Kerr.
Do you have any questions?
I didn't get a chance to see you, it's been a really busy week, but, I mean, I'm not gonna be able to vote in favor of the monthly budget anymore until I get some more information about policies and procedures, and this is not from you.
Don't take it personal.
And there is an issue that I would like to raise at a different time, but with the billing for BSE. We've been paying, and I requested these BSE bills, and I got them, and we've been paying, one bill is over $25,000 for that month, and we don't have we don't actually have like an approved contract with BSE. What we have is from 2017, it was like an RFP that they did, because I requested these, and I looked at, and we didn't accept either one of them, and they were sort of kept on file, so it just concerns me. Something I would like the town attorney to look at, that I think we're paying these bills and it's not a proper,
So the town commission did approve both BSC and Bowman as engineers of record back in that time.
Yes.
but there's provisions in our code and state law that when it comes to using engineering services, what you have to do, and I don't think we're in compliance with it. So I don't want to take too much time. I want to bring that up, but there's been a lot of bills going to Bowman and the other engineers, and I just don't think that they are proper, so. But that's not something really Jennifer can fix, but I've raised it a couple times behind, in discussions with the manager, and anyway.
I move to approve the finance and budget report as presented.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. So that would be 4-1. Okay, so now we are going to go to item 8. Wait, where are we? Yeah, 8, department and board committee reports, Public Works. Mr. Davis.
Questions?
We need to turn our mics on.
Oh, okay, mine's on. Yeah, I know, on the video, it's like it's really broken up. Yeah, I noticed that when I watched the video last night. But anyway, it makes me sound like a little weird.
Do you have any questions
No.
specifically?
No, great work. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay. And we don't vote to accept those, though. Okay. So then we'll move on to building department.
Building department's doing good. One of the things that, I was kind of listening to a podcast, and it was talking a little bit about kind of what communities do, and so one of the things that was brought up was kind of like it being like a circle of care as far as people that, basically care for their community, and so I wanted to take this time just to put in that the building department is part of that, and so we're thankful to do that. Building department's doing good. Last few months have been very strong. It's a busy time of the year for us, so with that, is there any questions?
I don't have any questions. On that point, though, I would like to bring, there's an FLM event, Elizabeth or Ms. Mascara, that is, I can't go to it, I'm going to be out of town, but they requested that if the mayor couldn't be there, if the vice mayor would be interested, and it's just like a little 30-minute sort of health, wellness sort of event that they're doing it, and mayors all the way across the state, so it's like a 30-minute little thing. There's a whole packet on how you can propose it. I can't speak to the vice mayor out, outside the meeting. So when you brought that up about, and it's meant for, town residents, employees, but I will share that with you if you would be interested in doing it, though. Okay, all right, thank you. Oh, it got worse? Okay, yeah. All right. Is this better? Okay, all right, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so we will go now next to code enforcement. Mr. Bitgood?
Pulling that up now. Is there any questions?
And for y'all in the audience, if you're looking, what page is that?
56.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you, 56. This came up last night, but the renting of a swimming pool by the hour in town, is that something that would be a code enforcement violation?
Yeah, it would, and if somebody
Okay.
knows about that, if they
Yeah.
could definitely, give
Okay.
us the address and make that code complaint,
Okay.
absolutely.
So for y'all in the audience that were not here last night, we did have a short-term rental sort of discussion, and there was a bunch of different things. It was a great meeting. But some residents have brought to my attention that there's apparently a place in town where the pool is being rented by the day and even by the hour. So anyway, that was brought up too. I'll try to get that information and, okay.
Great, thank you.
And the unregistered rental where it's scheduled a hearing, but it hasn't happened yet, or? Yeah, scheduling.
Yeah,
When? What's the date?
that I can get to you on, it would be in July, I would imagine at this point,
Okay.
so I'll have to get the date for you for sure.
Okay,
What we
'cause
try
I
to
feel
do
like
is-
every month for the last 6 months, I ask about that one, because it started in July of 2023, so, is it a result of, with the special magistrate time frame, or what is the?
No, it more than likely, and I can get with Jim on that, it could be something that he was working with them and then communication, and so at some
Yeah.
point when they fail to do it, then we
Okay.
execute that. So we try to give them a little bit of time, and it could have been something they're saying, yeah, we're gonna fill out the application, or didn't get us what we
Yeah.
need, and now we're at a point with those that we say, okay, that's it.
Okay, because here's what I would like. This is what I would like, because next month, I don't want to come back and have that same thing, but I do understand. And last night, you mentioned that whenever you have these contacts, it's all electronic, and you have a system that it's easily accessible to print out. Because if SB 280 passes, these contacts and things are going to be significant. We need to be able to have a record. So next month, whenever we have our meeting, I want a printout from beginning to end, sort of all the back and forth. What is the status? Like, what's happening? Why is it taking so long?
Some of those are phone calls as well.
I know,
so
but
it's
is he
not all-
documenting that, that there was a phone call then?
Okay.
So that's what I would like, because by next month, it'll be an entire year. And so, if the special magistrate hearing hasn't happened by that next month, I would like, because you did say you had all that, you're tracking all of that. So I'd like sort of just a printout of that information and dates. So, anyone else? Okay, so we'll move on then to fire department.
Any questions with the report? So I've got nothing really pertinent to bring up on the report, other than I'll just, one, we're always recruiting volunteers, so if anybody in the audience would like to play on the new fire department boat, we're accepting volunteers. So our next new recruit orientation is July 9th. They'll also be out there on the 4th of July with a recruitment table, so stop by and see if it's something that might interest you. So with the exception of myself, who's paid as the fire chief, we have one part-time maintenance worker, but all the rest of the emergency responders in the fire department are all volunteers. So it takes community members to volunteer in order to keep a volunteer fire department. So if that's something that you're interested in, let us know. And then the only other thing was we participated with Florida Fish and Wildlife with the Sebastian Inlet cleanup. We were the only fire department that was invited out there, so we went out there and assisted them and removed approximately 1,500 pounds of marine debris out of the waterway at Sebastian Inlet. So we do that every year, but that just goes to show, our marine rescue program and the reputation we have in the community is that, these other big agencies are requesting our assistance to go out and do these things. So that is it.
So I do have a question. When you talked about the boat, you said that the taxpayers do pay the fuel for the boat. Was that correct? Fuel and?
Yep, that's correct.
So is it fuel and maintenance? Or,
Yes.
Okay. How much is the fuel and maintenance? So there used to be a smaller boat. Now it's a bigger boat. How much was the fuel and maintenance on a monthly or a yearly, like the year amount? How much was the fuel and maintenance that we paid?
I don't
for the
have
smaller
those
boat.
numbers right in front of me, but it's not expected to go up at all. I mean, it should pretty much stay the same, if not reduce a little bit, because it's a newer boat. So our old boat was having more maintenance issues. We actually had a crack in the power block, like the head, so this should reduce it. And the boat's size is only increased by 3 feet, so it went from a 19 to a 22. So.
Okay. But can I get those figures
Sure,
for you?
yeah.
Because that is just,
Yep.
I mean, boat, that can get expensive. I was curious.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not a significant cost, but we can get those numbers for you.
Okay. Well, how often do you take it out at all?
For training, and then we usually have like 10 to 12 incidents per year that we take it out for is about normal.
Yeah.
So.
But then it just stays locked up and never goes out any other time, or does anyone ever use it for personal use?
No, no one's allowed to use it for personal
Okay.
use. It
But,
stays,
well, I don't know at all, so I'm literally.
it'd be
just-
cool if we could.
Well, that's
If you're
what I'm
open to
curious
that.
about.
I mean, if
So
the mayor
if-
suggested
yeah.
it, so,
So we
it's
have-
on record.
So we
No,
have it, and
nobody uses
yeah.
it for personal use. It's considered an asset of the town, and so again, we only use it for official
Okay.
purposes. So for supporting official
Yeah.
events, or the Pineapple Man, it was out there for the swimmers.
Yes,
but no,
and you
it's,
guys did
it's
great.
not. It's
Yeah.
not used. It's never used for anything personal. It stays locked up in the station.
Yeah.
So the only time it goes out is for approved, official training, which is pre-approved
Yeah.
by me, or emergency incidents, or those events.
How often do you do the approved training on the boat each month?
Once a month.
Once a month,
Yeah.
okay.
Yep,
Yeah,
so
I'll get with you, because I would like to get some more information to understand that aspect, okay.
Yep.
And thank you for the $70,000 donation, first and foremost.
And y'all did a wonderful job at the Pineapple Man. I came, and yeah, it was a great event, and it was awesome to see everybody out there, and you did a great job, so. Okay, so now next we will move to Chief Sanders' report, police report,
Yes,
which
we
starts
had
at page 63.
We had a very busy month, obviously. Our officers are doing a fantastic job out there, increasing the proactivity, the visibility, changing the philosophy of how we're policing our community. Not only that, but I think we're doing a pretty good job too, trying to be out in the community as well. We're doing a lot of things with the schools, high schools, junior high schools, elementary schools, stores and businesses. So we're just trying to get out there and be a good part of the community. The traffic stops obviously have just quadrupled over the past couple months, and that's just goes to show the work that they're putting in, all the community stuff. But we can't forget as well that we still have crime here. It's not a very high crime rate, but we still have crime here. For instance, we had roughly 15 to 16 burglaries last month. We had about 4 or 5 arrests, couple domestic violence arrests, and things like that. So outside of that, they're doing a fantastic job. I'm very proud of them, and we'll continue it on. So that's all I have.
So I have a couple questions. Okay, I'm really happy to see the citations and the warrant. It's definitely made a difference. People notice it. This is what the numbers, though, I'm confused about. So it says 322 traffic stops, and then it says 94 citations and 18 written warnings. The 67 traffic enforcement detail, what is that? Was it a citation, or what is that?
A traffic detail, for instance, if we get a complaint of an address that someone's running a stop sign.
Okay.
We'll stamp a traffic detail there.
Okay.
So that we can monitor how much proactivity we have in that area.
Okay.
So that's what those traffic details are. So throughout
So
the month-
that's not one of the 322 stops?
No, but it could be 3 or 4 of those stops in that detail.
Okay.
So for instance, Pine and Ocean, say we have a big complaint there of people running stop signs. When our officers are out and about, they can stamp a detail there, a single 15 detail. So all the traffic stops that they do are put into that detail.
Okay, so there is some cumulative overlap here. Okay,
Yeah.
but then this is my other question, though. 322 traffic stops, that's stops.
Correct.
94 citations, 18 warnings. that's only adds up to 112. So 322, what's the other 118?
Out of the
They would have been
322 traffic
warnings.
stops,
Like, was that warning, that those should be warnings?
some are written warnings.
But so,
Actual warnings.
okay, yeah, but no, here's my thing though, and here's my question or complaint, I guess, is that all stops are supposed to be, like, if it's not gonna be a ticket, if they're speeding or whatever, but you use enforcement discretion, but they've been stopped. So if you don't give them a ticket, it should definitely be a written warning, because we had this discussion too about, we have a written warning system and a tracking system, and I wanted to know before, like in the past, well, if they wrote a written warning, do they actually check it? Because most other places, you check it within a year. If that's their second written warning, they're gonna get a ticket. But, so it looks like there's 322 stops, but like more than half of those got they didn't get a ticket. They got stopped. They didn't get a ticket. They didn't get a warning, a written warning. They just got let go. But how are we tracking that that's not somebody going to speed again? All of those should be a written warning. And my conversations with you, the last couple of months was that that was going to be the policy, and we were going to track the written warnings. And I'm wanting the police policies and procedure, and I'm still waiting to get them. And we've gone back and forth, and now I am going to get those. But so that's my question.
So the written warnings are like right before a traffic citation. Just because somebody doesn't get a written warning doesn't mean that stop isn't tracked, that car isn't tracked, that person isn't tracked. So for instance, if I pull you over on a traffic stop, I can pull up in the computer how many times you've been stopped. Whether if you get a written warning, no warning, or a citation, I can figure out how many times that you've been stopped. So I don't have to do a written warning in order to track how many times I've stopped you.
But if they're speeding, they got pulled over and they didn't get anything. They just got, you're saying you can track it, but you let them go, or whoever it is, they let them go.
Correct.
And didn't even give them a written warning.
Correct.
That would be tracked.
Correct. It's their discretion on what they do on that traffic stop.
But
They have
that
many
is
different
just
options.
giving somebody a written warning. There's no consequence other than it's a written warning to say, don't do it again. We're tracking it.
They use it as levels. So for instance.
Yeah, see, I really want to see the policies and procedures that I've been wanting for months, because
and as I
I'd
told
like
you
to
today,
know,
they will be there- they will be there by Friday.
I don't know how other people feel, but I personally it's not okay with me. It's almost like this is the whole thing from before, and it's nice to see more tickets, but then to have so many of those be not even getting a written warning at all, that I have a huge problem with that. So does anybody else have a feeling on, or?
I definitely don't feel as strongly as you do about obsessing over the citations and the percentage of written warnings versus verbal warnings. Our chief is more than qualified and came from one of the largest municipalities in the state, and I trust the judgment of our chief. I don't think we need to micromanage them. I don't think we want to get into, okay, well, you should be hitting 80% of your stops should be written, and 20%. That is not our role. We are here to support our staff and not to micromanage them and to bog them down. I respect your opinion, but I have no interest in getting down to that level of detail. I'm very pleased with the efforts put forth. Residents have taken notice. I feel safer, residents feel safer. The citations have gone up dramatically, and I'm satisfied with that.
Thank you.
I agree too, and I will say that I've noticed a greater presence, at least where I drive, and I'm very thankful for that. And I do see people getting stopped a lot more, way more than before. And I do agree with you. I think it gets to a point where I understand what you're saying, what happened with those other 200, but I'm also of the opinion where there's certain people in certain roles that are in those roles for a reason. So I have to assume, and maybe I do that at work. I have to assume that those who know best, I'm going to leave financial aid to financial aid. I'm not going to tell financial aid what to do, but I'm not going to expect financial aid to tell me in admissions what to do, because that's my expertise. I'm hoping that when your officers give a written warning or not written warning, they're doing it because they have the proper training and they know what they're doing. That's what I hope, and that's what we expect from you and your people. So that's what I'm hoping. So that's it.
Yeah, I think, I think as long as it's being tracked, I think as long as an officer knows he pulls over that car has been pulled over twice in the last week for speeding, whether the person got a ticket or a written warning or just a verbal warning. I think that's a very important thing. I also do believe that having procedures, right, written down that are available, that is consistent across the board is important. So, and I know you're working to get that to the mayor. But yes, I think we brought you in as an experienced person, so I trust it.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
I would like, just to be able to understand this better, what I'd like to do is between now and next month, I'd like to see, all of those stops that were in that 22 but that didn't result in a ticket or written warning, I want to, what does it consist of? Because what you're saying is we're still able to track it. So that's what I want to see is, okay, show me that you're still able to track it. So that's my request between
We're
now.
able to track it as far as, if I pull you over again and I put your tag in the computer, it's gonna pull up the information for your tag and your car, or you, and it's gonna tell us that you've been stopped 2 times, and here's what the stops were for, and whether if you got a warning, a citation, or the case may be.
So, but what you can't do is what you're telling me then. So if I said, and this would be confidential, whatever, so it wouldn't be a public record, but I can work, but I'm allowed to look at stuff that's not a public record. But that, just for sort of accounting wise, understanding can you get me just a list? Here is those ones that were not a ticket, we stopped them because it says stop. So they were pulled over and stopped, but they did not get a ticket, and they also didn't even get a written warning. Can
What
you
would
pull
like
up
to know
that
from
list?
That list of.
Yeah, I want to, but you're saying you can track it.
Yeah,
That's what
so-
I want to know.
But I can track it when I put your tag.
But you
in.
can, so what you're saying then is you really can only track it if that person gets pulled over again and you happen to have that.
I would have to go to each traffic stop
Okay.
that was stamped over the past
Okay.
month.
So then I could get all 322 traffic stops, and I'd be able to, just by like taking the 94 that got a citation minus the 18, and that would give me, for all 322, that would give me the ones. So then I'll take
Call for
that.
service number for a traffic stop.
Yeah.
of-
Because I want to understand why, and I also want to understand and this doesn't just derive from me. There have been a couple people that have come to my mayor's hours specifically pointing that out, so.
Can I ask, it's fine, but exactly what is it what are you trying to solve by getting this data, which, it's not that he has a list, John, Mary, Sally, Bobby. It's that if John gets pulled over again and he puts John's information in the system, it will tell him that John got pulled over last week and he was given a written warning. So what exactly, I'm just trying to figure out what it is that we're trying to solve by asking this detailed information.
I'm deeply concerned by 322 traffic stops, but only 94 citations and only 18 warnings. In my mind, the math doesn't work. There's something not right about that. So I want to understand it.
But is that just the way policing is? That you don't give a written warning for every single thing that you do?
That's correct. It's
Most
the
people get a
officer's-
ticket. If
it's
they
the
get pulled
officer's-
over, they get a ticket.
It's the
No.
officer's discretion, and
That's not true.
actually, it's about 20%. The national average is about 20% of traffic stops get citations, so that's very low. I haven't worked up the average for this. I
I mean,
don't know what
you
we're at.
have the right to ask for anything you want, I understand, but I'm just trying to figure out, what are we
That's
trying
what I
to
said.
figure out?
And the history, there was all this discussion of people, the reason why the stop signs got put into Riverside and the reason why all of this, it's all about traffic. And then I've had several conversations with Mr. Zander even before, when we had our 30 minutes before he was hired. And that was a thing I hammered home, and I said, listen, I'm going to give you a couple months, and then every month I'm going to start asking how many people got pulled over. I literally told him this before he was hired. How many people got pulled over? How many people got a ticket? How many people got a written warning, and are you tracking the written warnings? So this is not, and so then to get
The
these
answer is
numbers, well, there's only 18 written warrant, so I don't want to take too much time, but I'm just.
So, May I, speaking of time, if your goal is to understand, to see it on the software, that's one thing. And you should take your time, not everyone else's, to meet with the chief and
That's what I'm
see
going
how
to.
that works. But to ask him to pull a report on every single car that was given a verbal warning is absolutely ridiculous. And it accomplishes nothing other than, what are you gonna do with the information? Like say, oh, Corey got a verbal warning, I didn't, but, I haven't been pulled over in a while, what do you, our chief, no, you're interrupting. Our chief is brand new here and is working extremely hard to make a positive impact in the community. The last thing he needs to do is spend 4 full days pulling a report just to check a box for you, and you're just gonna file it away, or I don't know what you're gonna do with it. It's trackable, it's being tracked, leave it alone.
So I will respond really quickly, and then I want to move on. My response is, they have enforcement discretion, but in my view, the numbers reflect way too much enforcement discretion and lack of tracking. So my discretion is to say, okay, well, if it's cumbersome to you that I ask these questions, give written warnings instead of, if it's a pullover, you actually stop them. If you're not going to give them a ticket, give them a written warning, track a written warning. Otherwise, that's where we are. And I told you that months ago. That was, so tracking the written warnings is important. All right, so we will move on. Next up is town clerk.
Any questions?
No questions for me, thank you.
Do you want to just super quickly explain what it was, why the IT equipment didn't work, and the fix that because Amber was in here the other day with the IT people, and I happened to be in here at my mayor's hour, so I kind of understood, but what the fix is, what the problem was and what the fix is.
So I'm not IT, but the internet to our buildings is not sufficient. It's very old. They don't even sell the plan that we currently have. So we do not have enough upload data to stream live, which is why we had to shut off the guest Wi-Fi. So we are streaming live right now, but it is not great quality, and it might drop some sound or it might drop some frames. Okay. But we are looking into upgrading to a current plan in order to have sufficient upload speed, I guess.
And I think you had already figured out that cost. It wasn't a huge cost, but so that's
correct.
Okay, because it was it's like maybe a $50 difference per month.
I think it was $40.
And the IT person said that that'll get you everything you need. So, okay.
Correct.
The other thing is, on the record scanning project, I know you're doing a great job with that, and it's taken longer because they had to redo the thing. But I do, and you have an inventory of everything they've gotten, but I do think that we need to have some, and I talked to the town attorney, but just some sort of guidelines on if somebody comes in, because it has happened or whatever, somebody comes in to request a record that is in that chunk of documents that they have, because basically they haven't told us, we don't have any sort of time frame on when we'll get them back, that we need to have some process where we communicate to the resident, listen, this is the situation, give me a month. If they aren't done with them yet, I will, figure out how getting that particular record back, because we can't just tell people, oh, we don't have it, they're getting scanned, and they haven't told us when they'll get back, so I have no answer on when we can get you that record. So I would like something.
There currently is. They
Okay.
will provide those records in approximately 24 hours after I request them.
Oh, good, wonderful, great. Okay, that's all all of them, or just a particular one?
Well, they're not going to be able to provide 41 boxes,
No, I
which
know,
is
I
what
know.
I sent them.
But is there a cost associated with that, or is
No.
that free?
It's free, as long as,
Great.
I
Good.
mean, if, they're not going to be able to
Yeah.
send me 30 boxes.
Yeah.
If it's a reasonable request,
Exactly,
they
yeah.
will try to complete it within 24 hours.
That's great. So that's what I wanted, because I feel like people will work with you and they'll be happy and they'll say, okay, sure, I'll wait, if you give them some time. But there's one situation where this is an issue, and great. I'm so glad you got that worked out. Okay, so now we will move on to public comment. Now's when you will come up. You'll have your 3 minutes. You can speak on any topic that is not on the agenda. Because the items that are on the agenda, if that's the thing that you want to talk about, we will also have public comment on each one of those. So, with that said. Can you just stand up? Nope, yeah, just come on up to the microphone, and if you can, say your name and your address for the record.
Okay, my name is Jane Waters. I live at 312 6th Avenue, obviously Melbourne Beach. And I have to commend you. You are amazing. You're calling people up. You're inquisitive. You're asking questions for all of us that are sitting there asking the same questions that we're not allowed to. And that you're so open that you have the meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays to really hear what the people say. And maybe the other commissioners could want to know what the people say. Well, first of all, my concern, I know I'm on time, that it's beginning to look like the Las Vegas Strip out here. We've got a light telling us there's a stop sign. We've got a speed bump telling us a stop sign. I know what a stop sign means. You know, first of all, there's a speed bump, okay? People would go around it. Well, to get us,
That will be on the agenda, but I think her point actually is a little bit broader than that. It's just that there's like so much, it's not just those, it's. 'cause she
okay,
did
goes
come to see
on,
me- she
because
came to see me during
the
mayor's
thing
hours.
is then they added a little extra so we wouldn't go around it. I want to know why that little extra strip they put is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we are, both of, I have an agenda item, 2 agenda
Now, do
items.
I wait
Yeah.
for the agenda
Yeah, so
item?
when that comes up, what?
I don't know what to do then.
Yeah. Well, no, I know, but I'm trying to, it technically is something on the agenda, so, yeah.
You tell me what to do.
Yeah. So, so here, I'll give you the option, because you might want to say your piece, and it might be longer. If this is an item on the agenda that will come up next, and so you can actually get up for 3 minutes and talk about that then. If you would prefer to just talk about the.
I don't
right
care. You tell
now,
me what to
then-
do.
Then that way, because we do, you know, I don't want to have the meetings go too long, but I also want people to be able to comment on, you know.
The appropriate
What
procedure.
should I do?
If it's on, it's very black and white, and it's not thinking personal. If it's on the agenda, you have to wait until that agenda item.
Okay.
So it's
I'll
a,
do
yeah.
that.
so it's a comprehensive
So you want me to
conversation.
Yeah.
take back everything I
Yeah,
said?
no, so when we, well, but the
gotta
thing
free
is.
No, I won't take back.
No.
He's doing a good
Well, the
job.
thing is, you don't know what someone's going to say until they start saying it. So then that's what I'm usually listening, you know,
Okay.
it's to say, oh, well, that actually is going to be on the agenda then, which is an
So the
awkward.
agenda comes
Yeah,
after
so
everybody
we're at
speaks.
public comment now. So this point is for public comment on, so people could come up and say something that's not on the agenda at all. They could say, I don't like, you know, that over there. What are you going to do about that? Or
I don't
something-
have an
Yeah,
agenda,
something
so I
totally
didn't
not.
see.
Oh,
I
something.
thought this was public comment.
We do have on right after public comment, we have special order. We're passing these ordinances.
Okay,
and then-
forget what I said.
And then we get into,
Okay, it's on.
Yeah.
The,
I'm missing the
okay,
Gator
yeah.
game.
It will
So
be,
am
yeah.
I.
It
Go
will
Get
get
a chance.
It will be in a little while. Okay, so if anybody, and if you don't have the agenda and you want to take a look at it, it's over there. But anything not on the agenda, come up and speak. If it is on the agenda, if you came because something's on the agenda, then wait for that point.
It's Jan Futch Gilbo, 806 Oak Street, Melbourne Beach. I came into Town Hall to inquire about a city tax that was on my water bill. And apparently, most people in this town are not checking their bills. It was over $5. And at that point, I questioned, who's getting this money? And the City of Melbourne said it was Melbourne Beach, that Melbourne Beach was receiving this money. Well, I went to the town, and I asked, and Sydney, I guess, said, she was wonderful, but I guess Miss Mascaro, I don't know. I've never met the woman. She was coming out from behind her thing, and Sydney gave it to her, and she assured me that it was not Melbourne Beach's tax. So she didn't take the time. She intimidated me. She freaked me out. She said she wasn't going to argue about it. And I was disgusted that any resident of my town would ever be treated like that by a town manager. How dare you? So I went next door to the police station and asked for a copy of the video that occurred in the front. Which point, someone would get back with me. The police chief was not there. I spoke with Matt. I spoke with the receptionist or a police officer in the front. She was wonderful, and Matt always is. I've yet to see this tape. I've yet to get a response, and I'm pissed. It turns out that the City of Melbourne doesn't just electronically send the money over from the City of Melbourne to Melbourne Beach. It's every single month, and it's a paper check, and somebody's depositing that money. I've also been told by a commissioner prove me wrong. Well, you're wrong. And I don't appreciate people going in to my taxes in this town, and I've lived in this town for 50 years. My dad was our senator, state senator, and our state representative. I don't appreciate what's going on here. The only respect I got from anyone who gave me even the time of day or looked into it was our mayor. And I cannot thank you enough for having office hours like most people are supposed to be able to contact their representative and tell them the problem and not be intimidated. Hands flailing all over the place. I'm not going to argue with you. Enough. You guys are getting the money, and it took 3 weeks of madness and no results from this town. And you're getting the money every month. How many? 1,700 residential units, maybe? How many commercial units? Every single person's paying that. And I wouldn't have been so upset if my my garbage bill hadn't gone from $22 to $35 because somebody failed there in management. Nothing got sent out for bid. I'm done.
So,
Thank you.
thank you, Jan, and I will explain a little bit. So she did come into my mayor's hours. I didn't know what it was. I asked. Yeah. Turns out it is a town tax. So, here, yeah.
Being told that we're not a city, we're a town.
I'm supposed to cut you off at the 3 minutes, but I was going to just try to explain it really quick because there is a point I've brought up and I would like to bring up that some of the things that happened, that's an ongoing issue that I think needs to be addressed. But she brought up a great point. She was originally told that it's not a town tax because it says city tax, but with her sitting there, I called City of Melbourne and they said, no, you guys get that money. That is a utility tax. So then we went in, and so it turns out she was correct. I actually pulled my bill. Mine was $1. So I have requested from the town manager the agreement because I want to know, well, what's the formula? Because nobody could tell me. So she sent me the most recent one, but it's just a 2-page re-up of the old agreement. And I'm still waiting on the original agreement because it's a 30-page agreement, which I think has the formula to be able to answer her question about, well, how is this number? Because mine was $1 and hers was $5. Next thing, when she went to request the video, that she's being denied the right to see the video, and it's just a video of inside of Town Hall right there. So I would like the town attorney to look at. She's being told that it's a public record, or that it's exempt. I disagree. The town attorney needs to look into it. But then the last thing is, I witnessed the video. I was allowed to see it. And I have a problem with the fact that the video is being recorded. There's no audio, so I wasn't able to hear the audio. And it's being recorded at triple time, so you have to load, so you don't get an accurate representation of what actually happened, and you don't get the audio. And this is basically the video. If you go into Town Hall, not the police department, go in town, there's a camera right there. There could be an accident, there could be some liability issue. We actually need the video to work and to be admissible in some way, because we might need it for defense in any number of ways. So I'd like to know, why is it recording without sound? So anyway, that is that issue, and I would like the town attorney to look into that with management and maybe get some answers.
I can send you the case law on that. The video is exempt under Chapter 119. But I will send you the case law and the AGO opinions on that.
Okay, because I've looked at this too, and I'll send you what I'll wait to see what you have. So, yeah, yeah. But it's not it's not
you have.
yeah. I mean, it's just a video of literally the front office of town.
Yes, and it's clear under 119 that it's a security system video that's exempt.
Okay. Okay. So, any more public comment? Come on up.
I have a question. Are you going to tell the audience what you saw
Yeah.
that I was doing on the video?
So when I watched the video, it was different from what I was told, or in my mind. But again, it was a short interaction. There was a period of time where she's behind and I can't see what's happening. There's discussion. And then there's a period of time the manager comes out, and there's a short discussion, and she walks off. But again, it's sped up in time and there's no audio. So it's inconclusive in my mind.
But
So
may I-
there's two stories and I can't tell from watching the sort of corrupted video with no audio really what, I mean,
But may I ask, did you see arms flaring the way she said? I
yeah,
think this
I
is very
didn't-
important.
I did not see the arms go. I
Because
thought
you don't wanna
here's
be
the thing, I thought I
slanderous,
saw
right?
it the very first time, but then I didn't. But
Yeah,
And
I
the-
think it's important not to
I don't
slander
trust the
people
video.
just in
It seems
case.
like it's been altered. But I don't want to say that because it's sped up and
Ally,
it's not. It doesn't make sense to me.
Really? An
No,
altered?
Well, it took them a
You've
while.
gotta be
No, I'm
kidding
not.
me.
I don't know, but I can't explain, and nobody can give me an explanation why the video has no audio and why it's sped up. From what you see on the video, but
May I
why
suggest
is it,
something?
why is it sped up?
May I
And why
suggest
was
something?
there?
Let's-
First of all, nobody wanted to even let me see it. I had to. So you get a citizen that comes in and complains about something. You ask to see the video, and they don't want to show it to you. So
I'm gonna suggest
that's-
a novel idea. Why don't Jan Futch and Elizabeth Mascara meet and befriend one another and talk through your differences like adults instead of questioning altered security system videos? I think that would be the.
All right, we need to move on. This is
Well, let's try again.
There's also other information that is relevant too about this, about people sending messages through Facebook Messenger who are commissioners bullying people, and it's not right.
I
So
now
how
I
about
feel
that?
intimidated.
No,
I do not like
okay.
it.
What is your point of order?
The point of order is that everybody's talking over everybody, and I don't know what the rule is, and that's what it is. And you need to stop this right now so we can continue. That's what you need to do as the mayor. You need to continue this meeting forward. Stop everyone talking over everybody and let's move on, please.
No one's talking over anyone right
Yes.
now, so I have nothing to stop.
Okay, stop now. And if you cannot, unfortunately, your 3 minutes are up.
I'm not gonna go be buddy-buddy.
All right, so next, do we have any other public comment?
Public hearings.
Yes. Hi, how are you?
Okay, hi. I'm Alan Waters. I live at 312 6th Avenue, Melbourne Beach. And I want to commend the mayor right now for questioning our police chief on the statistics of what I'll call catch and releases. I don't have a gripe with you at all. However, it didn't appear to me that there's any database that these catch and releases are going to. So you don't know why they're being stopped. In the past, I've heard a lot about public safety in a lot of these meetings. This information in a database, which should be easily retrievable, can give us trends on what public safety issues can be. For example, the stop sign somewhere else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on up, sir.
Dan Brunger, 6th Avenue, Melbourne Beach. Since it was brought up initially, the utility fees, franchise fees, taxes that are given to the city of Melbourne Beach, maybe it might be a good idea for our local residents to contact the city manager if they got issues with the utility companies. We pay the tax to the town. Why not get them involved? Maybe we can get something solved. So, second thing I'd like to bring up, it's nice to see the mayors, the staff, and the members here tonight. Thank you very much. With the proliferation of the new and proposed ordinances, I'd like to bring up a couple rhetorical questions, followed by a suggestion. How many of us have failed at some point to come to a complete stop at the stop signs, exceed the speed limit, or make a right turn on red where permitted without coming to a full stop? I'm included in that. With no consequence. Now, instead of more rules and regulations, maybe it might be a matter of education, as evidenced in the Town of Melbourne Beach Environmental Preservation Green Policy that we have. 22-02 policy says the town prohibits the use of plastic items and expanded polystyrene. 22-03 says specific prohibited items are plastic, expanded polystyrene, prohibited to the extent allowed by state statutes. Number 22-06 says education. The town will work to educate the public on ways to reduce the use of these prohibited items. Well, how about the town just educating some folks on some of these things without passing more ordinances with somebody who's not going to obey in the first place? And thank you to the police chief for his willingness to educate people instead of just writing them all a ticket. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this is not something that's on the agenda? Maybe I'll just start asking that way, ahead of time.
Not officially,
okay.
I think. Well, we talked about it. So my name is Bobby Williamson, 505 Riverside Circle. Don did a great job of kind of summarizing some of my concerns regarding, I guess now Veterans Park. My point to her, and I don't want to rehash all of it, right, is we appreciate the park for what it is, a park. And I do have concerns over accessibility, right? I don't want it to be, I guess I still don't fully understand what spawned it to become, it changed from an appropriately named Circle Park to now Veterans Park. I know I've gone back and I think it was a proposal a year or two ago, and it seems like the train is just going and everybody's on board, but I don't fully understand where that came from. And then my other, I guess, frustration, is that, you know, I came and spoke at the end of last year about this, and I was told that there would be committees and all the immediate neighbors would be notified, and that has not happened. It was just through the grapevine that I heard about the parks meeting and attended, right? So I'm at least appreciative now that it sounds like that there were suggestions to make us aware. So I hope that doesn't change. If there's going to be a veterans memorial, or I do like the idea of the trees, right? To keep it a park, I'm concerned about more infrastructure because we don't take care of the stuff that's there now, right? The pump house for the irrigation is in disrepair. There used to be 2 benches, now there's 1 that's falling apart, and so it just seems like, why are we going to spend more money when we don't take care of the stuff that we have? Yeah. So, and I still would appreciate an answer on how this. I wasn't even aware that the name changed, so I would like to know at least why we changed the name and where this idea originated.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I'll let the manager, but I will say, I mean, I love the idea of us, I definitely think we should do the veterans something somewhere. But it never did, because that decision was before me. It never did make sense to me, though, to have a veterans park area where there is no parking, because especially for a lot of veterans, like younger people and stuff and family. But if they're going to want to have a group event there or get, there's no parking, there's not even, sort of sidewalks to walk there. It just, to me, it makes more sense to do something like a commemorative, bench for each service at each one of the boat ramps or, streets at the end, or to do something in our actual park where veterans, and family, they could get together and park and walk to. But again, that was something before me, and unless it was revisited. I do think the Parks Board will do a great job with what they've been working on and told to do there. So, but I do absolutely think they should reach out to y'all.
Yeah, it just seems like a very odd location, right? And that's sort of the concern. And it just was like, it seems like this idea was put forth and it's just kind of gone along. So I don't have a good answer for how we got to where we are, and that's what's concerning, right?
Nothing's built yet, so I guess, Ms. Mascara, was there ever, in the course of that discussion or thinking, was there ever this notion of, well, there's nowhere for veterans and family to park there, or was that considered and sort of yes, but outweighed for some other reason?
First of all, the park has never been formally renamed.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
refer to it that way, but it's
Still Circle Park.
it's never actually been voted on to change the name. just so
Okay.
you know.
Okay. I was misinformed.
That was chosen because it was a larger space. We have very little space available in order to have any kind of memorial or a place where we could honor veterans. there are people that can park, kind of, you could park on the grass a little bit, you know,
Well, so there's signs that this town has that say, do not park on grass.
Yeah.
we understand that.
Yeah.
But there was just,
See, that's my concern, is that you put something there and then suddenly maybe then eventually some parking spots go there, or I don't, you know, that's what I'm worried about, this sort of slippery slope of,
yeah, it was just an idea that we had, that we've continued to investigate, and now the Parks Board is doing a great job.
yeah.
So, you know, if that's not a viable space, then that will come back to us, but we didn't have the ability to vet it out any further than we had, and the Parks Board took it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. That's
Well,
something a citizens advisory board would be able to
Yeah.
vet pretty well.
As long as the immediate neighbors, I think I'm not gonna speak for all my neighbors, but I think they share the same concerns as I do. And as long as we're kept in the loop, right? I mean,
Yeah.
as was pointed out, the park's not gonna be utilized at all if
Yeah.
there's no shade, right? No one's gonna come stand under the sun and just bake and roast
Yeah.
out there. And so it is only utilized usually in the evening, so.
Yeah. Do you know some of your I mean, could you maybe get Dawn's information to some of your neighbors that you do know, so that she, you know, and then they could keep people in the loop?
Mr. Williams, I'm not on your circle, but I'm at 511 Riverside Drive where the big oak tree is, so I share your concerns. I don't want to see parking there, I don't want to see, I know exactly what you're saying. I always envisioned it just a place for us to say, this is where we remember our veterans, and that's it. I never really thought of it as a place where we were going to have any events. And that's why I like the idea of the trees, because if it brings shade, then maybe we can all use it.
Sure.
But I 100% agree with what you're saying, and I'd like to, you know, come to the meetings too. I don't even know if I'm allowed to go to those or not, but maybe I guess I can't. Oh, that's so much of that. But we can talk, I don't know, I'm not sure. But I share what you're saying. I don't want it to turn into a parking area either, because I'm right there, so I'm on board with you.
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe there's like blinders on, like it was decided to do something there, and it's sort of, now it's like keeping going, but I mean, doing a veterans something is a great idea, but maybe we wait until we find the perfect spot for it, instead of just deciding to put it one place, but then keeping blinders on and just going there.
But it was also intended to kind of do something to that open area with no sun. So that's where the trees came into effect, and then why not have a memorial for your veterans? And that's it. It wasn't, you know.
I mean, and I love that, but there's something
There's really
seems
nowhere
strange to
else.
me to have a memorial that nobody can get to.
Well,
Well, I think
by vehicle.
But you can
You
can
can
walk, you
walk,
can bike,
you
you
can
can-
drive your bike.
And I think
you
the
can-
original
it's just-
presentation was like headstones, you know, and it was
Just not,
just.
it's just a
So-
decorative
Well,
piece.
yeah,
to
and I guess
say
I'm
this is
thinking
for our
of older
veterans.
people not being able to necessarily get there. I mean, of course, people can, you know, bike there and stuff, but that's, I mean,
Well-
I'd like to be able to, if we had a Veterans Memorial, in my mind, I'd like to have it in a location where everyone, young and old, can easily get there and have a, you know, even if it meant there was a parking place somewhere close by, you know, but, anyway.
All right, well, that's fair. I'll work with Dawn. I had a good meeting with him, so thank you guys.
Okay, thank you.
Gal Gowdy, 215 Ash Avenue. Just to continue that, I took notes when Dawn was speaking, and it was concerning the Reichman porch of the Reichman house. The DAR traditionally on Flag Day, lots of times puts flags up and whatever. I'm part of that board. I'm part of the DAR. So I was going to discuss with them if we couldn't do something. There's chairs up on that porch that people take advantage and sit on. There's shade.
Yeah, I mean.
We could add flags for each branch. I mean, I haven't talked to them, so I'm really speaking out of turn. But it just was, anyway, was something that came to me as she was talking.
Yeah, I mean, that to me seems like a better location, and that Gago pit right there makes me concerned, but like, that is a spot where it's sort of already, you know, but, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Yes, Vice Mayor?
The one thing that I wanted to bring up about the taxes is that in our budget, there's a full description of taxes that the town receives from all the utility companies, and it's on page 4. So, Mayor, if you'd like to look at that at your convenience.
I know exactly.
You'll see that it's
So I'm
all
going to
listed
say
right
point of
there.
order on you, because what you're implying, this is my point of order. You're implying that I'm not smart. You're implying that I don't know what I'm talking about. I know much more about what that discussion is than you have any idea.
I'd like to
So
call
I
point of
disagree with, and you're bringing something up that's already passed. So that's the other point of order.
No, it's our
So we're
budget,
going to
our
move
current
on.
budget.
She was told it was not a town tax by Commissioner Runty through Facebook Messenger, which is inappropriate, and by the manager. Both of them were wrong. The city of Melbourne sent me a check and said, no, that's absolutely yours. That's clarified. The other issues are other issues, but the woman was actually correct about it. So, and we get they sent me a copy of a $5,000 check. I'm still waiting though on the water services agreement, which will give the formula of what they charge people, which is one of the questions she wanted to know. I can't answer her question yet because I haven't gotten it from the manager. So we will move on, and we are on to new business. Or excuse me, we are on to consideration, where are we?
Public hearings.
Thank you. Public hearings. What page?
66.
Ordinance 2023 camping prohibited. This will be a second reading. Mr. Knight.
So this is the second reading. At the first reading, it was requested to delete for more than 72 consecutive hours in a 30-day period. That has been deleted. I did notice a typo in subsection C. It should say in the event of an emergency, the town manager may waive subsection. It should be B, but it says C on the copy here. So just like to make that minor change from the scrivener's error, and this is in front of you for the second reading.
But we don't have, that we can pass it this time because that's just a tiny little, it's not.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That was just a scrivener's error. Okay. So I have nothing to say. I'm happy with it. Anyone else have a comment? No?
No, we've addressed all
Okay.
comments.
So do I have a motion?
So it would be,
Oh.
it would be out for public comment.
I know, but I
now.
thought we'd do that after we get a motion to pass, or no? Or do we
No.
just go straight to public comment?
Yeah, pursuant
Oh,
to the
Okay,
resolution.
so we will, do we have any comment on the second reading? This is the second reading, so it will pass after the second reading, if it passes, of 2024-03, which is an ordinance of the town of Melbourne Beach, Brevard County, Florida, creating chapter 7320. Do I have to read the whole thing? I mean, I don't,
Either you can
yeah.
read it, or I
Or
can
you
read
do,
it.
okay, you read it. I'll take a break.
Ordinance number 2024-03, an ordinance of the town of Melbourne Beach, Brevard County, Florida, creating chapter 73-20, camping prohibited, in the Code of Ordinances, providing for definitions and exceptions, providing for codification, providing for conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
So now do we go to public comment or? motion?
Yes,
Yeah,
if there's any
okay.
public comment. you
Do
can
we
take
have
it.
any public comment on the proposed ordinance, second read?
Roger Newell, 506 Colony Street. Is the purpose of this to control vagrants, people that don't belong in the town? What's the purpose of this?
Part of it is there is a trend that's going around sort of state and areas and nationwide of actually people, well, vagrants, but there's actually a trend of people renting out their backyard to camp in, sort of like an Airbnb, but it's like a tent B&B, and they're doing it in various places where there's no ordinance, and people are like making small amounts of money renting their yard with tents, but they basically have no access to the restroom at all, and so people are defecating in the yard, and we don't want to have that, but we don't have an ordinance yet. There's also a state statute that passed, and it has to do with, it creates liability, monetary liability for towns that don't sort of, that allow homeless people to live and violate various codes, so.
Okay, so this is going to get passed. Chief, what's your policy?
My policy
As far as somebody's calling and I got a guy crapping in my garden, what's your policy?
Thank you
I
for
think we have
bringing
several
some
issues
levity.
there.
Yeah.
I think we have several issues there.
Whatever.
But the actual camping in the backyard, we'd have to look at the ordinance and see if it's something that we can enforce. Can I write a citation if they're trespassing and they're defecating in your yard? I'm sure they would be arrested on something state related. Not
I mean, you
necessarily
pack
an
them up,
ordinance.
you move them out.
No, we're not going to pack them up. and move 'em out.
A neighbor calls and says, there's this guy camping in my neighbor's yard. He shouldn't be there.
That's trespassing. That's different than what I think the mayor's
And then
trying
you
to say.
come and the guy says, well, the guy that owns the house gave me permission to be here.
Then we would have to do some research, get a hold of the owner, and find out if that is accurate or not.
Yeah.
And if not, then we have a crime, not a city ordinance or a town ordinance.
Yeah. There was a discussion last night, though, about this distinction between things that are being something that police can enforce or zoning. And Mr. Knight, I would say, you probably need to look into this, because imagine the situation where they are camping, their violation of the ordinance. That's going to be a code violation, right? But it also could be a health and safety issue, because he's not going to be able to go and evict them.
Right.
You know, it's a code violation, right? So you might need to look at, what do we do? What do we do? What if there is one, we cite them, but they're like, okay, and they just stay there and keep going, and, a month, and then they leave. Well, but by the end of that time, we haven't even gone to enforcement. There's no but some mechanism of calling it like last night, the irreparable, it's an irreparable, issue, because it's a third party, they're already renting, and if there's nowhere, I don't know.
So, yeah, it's probably something that if a notice of violation were issued, it wouldn't be for 30 days, it would be for,
Yeah.
3 days or something like that in this case,
Yeah.
or 7 days, whatever it may be, but it wouldn't be a 30-day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking if
Opportunity to
it
cure.
were happening, it would be a immediate, like, we could, because the person renting it to them is breaking the law. That's the code violation, but the person renting, are they gonna get a citation too? But they could just stay there. We might need to have a procedure
But
for,
it could be, it might be more theoretical.
Actually, yeah.
I'm not sure who
But
would
that-
want to rent
yeah.
a house and then camp out in the backyard.
yeah, I mean, hopefully we will never have this issue, but we do have an issue right now where people are renting the pool out by the hour in the day, so, you never know. But that is something that look into, I guess, on when that passes. Imagine a scenario and what's a couple scenarios and how are we going to deal with that?
And I might add, that
Yeah.
scenario that he gave is totally different than
Yeah,
that scenario.
yeah, I know.
So, okay.
You can't comment again, I'm sorry, you only get the one time, but then when we go to the next item, you can comment on that item. Just because we have a full house and we gotta get through. Sir, did you comment on this yet? No? Okay, then come on up.
Dan Brunger, 6th Avenue, Melbourne Beach. When I read this ordinance, I didn't see anything in there about my grandkids camping in the backyard over the weekend. I didn't see anything in there about my kids or grandkids using the fire pit to roast marshmallows or do s'mores. To me, when I read this thing, all that's prohibited. So how can it get rewritten so my grandkids can camp in the backyard?
Well, ideally, when we had discussions about this a few months ago, that this was brought up. Because I have kids and we've camped out. Usually we set it all up, but then we wind up going inside at night. But my husband and my older one have camped too. We did discuss this, and here's what I will say is that we considered different exceptions, but any exception you make, and we couldn't limit it to just Airbnb camping rentals because of the statute, I think. My belief is that if you're camping out with your kids or your grandkids in your backyard, that your neighbors are not going to complain, that this is an ordinance that is meant to protect from that crazy case that comes through that we never thought of, that we don't have an ordinance for this and we can't do anything about it for a while until we pass an ordinance, and meanwhile you've got somebody living and renting their backyard as a camp. So I know that may not be the answer that you want, but it protects the town, and very few people are going to call and report their, neighbor camping out with their grandkids in the backyard. So, would anyone else like to speak to that?
Yeah,
Anna Butler, 312 Avenue A. We have someone on our street that has campers in their backyard, and they rent. So does that fall in this? Because I don't think they can utilize a restroom or...
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to do that either. You're not supposed to be renting campers and accessory.
So I actually have that issue.
So, yeah.
A lot of people in and out, so.
Yeah.
So
it's real.
if you could actually go on the website and file that complaint so
Yeah,
that we can
I
follow
will,
through on it,
definitely.
that'd be
I meant
great.
to do that today, actually. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna.
Sir, if you will email me though, I can provide you, I'll send you the meetings that we talked about it with the recordings, and you can kind of listen to the discussion.
Hi, Bruce Larson, 1507 Pine Street. Yeah, I'm going to double down on that. You can't have an ordinance that makes it the owner incapable of cooking marshmallows in his backyard. That's what this ordinance does. Whether a neighbor is going to complain about it is a separate issue. We write ordinances or laws that can be enforced. And therefore, if I was in my front yard where I was visible to the street, the police officer would have to cite me because it's the law. So I mean, in section 2B, in all areas of all properties of the town, or whatever the language of that is, just say, unless the owner is the person doing the camping. You've got to make an exemption for that. Not the owner who's allowing somebody to rent the space, not the owner, but the owner. I mean, camping in your backyard is an age-old tradition for children. Come on. And roasting marshmallows on 4th of July is going to happen at my house, and I don't want to be breaking the law. All right, so I'll double down on that. I think it is not impossible. In fact, it's very easy to make the exemption for the actual owner, no different than the owner of the property can park over the sidewalk, as long as it's still on his property, but an Airbnb it cannot. You don't need to make a separation between Airbnbs and not. It's just the owner of the property or not.
This is Vice Mayor Corey's item that she put forward, so I will let her and the town attorney maybe speak to that.
Sure. Any other questions? Thank you.
If I may?
Sure.
We did have that in the original, and it was voted on the commission to take that part out.
Okay. I mean, why is it enforceable that,
Wait.
I will be roasting my marshmallows on the 4th of July in a
We
couple of weeks?
We did have family, that type was in there. The attorney can correct me if I'm wrong.
If we did, we should
And then
leave that in. I thought we were told
Yeah.
we couldn't leave that in.
Point of order.
Or,
And then we took out after within.
I mean,
It was
I'm all
like
about the
after
renting and the
within
other things, but if
town
it's your own
limits.
property, I mean, how can
Yeah.
you not allow me to roast marshmallows?
No, it was in there for families.
Because this is
to
really
begin with.
specific on what I can and can't do, and it's on all properties in the township.
Mr.
Second,
Yeah.
I apologize, second question is, does the beach beyond the berm or beyond the crossover, is that township property? Because there are plenty of people who sleep and camp and have fires on the beach. That's a separate issue. Most of it I see is in county property, not town property.
I mean, the line, the town attorney could explain that, but, Mr. Knight, can you give us a run back of, because if we can have an exception for the homeowner and their children or family, I mean, yeah, we should. There's a lot that goes on in between, every month, things get jumbled, but.
So the prior version that I had, the only thing that is different was section B, and that contained camping is prohibited on all property in the town used for residential purposes for more than 72 consecutive hours in a 30-day period. That is what.
Yeah, see, we never had a family exception. It was a time period exception, and the idea was, well, if we're doing it at all, then if you're having this exception, then you're gonna still have the problem, like, every month for a certain number of days, plus they could just go to the next house. So if you're gonna have it, you're not gonna have like 72 hours. You don't want somebody camping and defecating in the one yard and then moving maybe to the next one. But if we can have so we never had a family exception. So Vice Mayor, you're incorrect on that, but can we have one then?
You can, but I think the way it was
Yeah.
previously written, I mean, I don't think,
I mean, if it's, yeah, like,
you know, that would solve somebody in their backyard,
Yeah.
either sleeping overnight with
Yeah.
their children, trying to camp.
no, I don't
or
think it would though. If,
cooking
what
over.
I would
It
like to
would.
know is if we if we can legally explicitly allow a family exception, because that's what, if we can do that, that's what I would make a motion to amend it, to add that, but I need the legal answer.
Well, he's trying.
Yeah.
Can we please, can you finish saying what you were saying,
You
Mr.
certainly
Knight?
could. We would have to change it. It would, that exception we're in there, I think, would probably have to go back to a first reading and a second reading
Yeah.
for that. But it is something
Yeah.
that could be amended. And then that way, camping just wouldn't be straight prohibited. There could be an exception for an owner-occupied dwelling or something like that.
Yeah, owner and their family, person, yeah, like, but not a rental. So, yeah, if we can have that, like, it was my understanding, because it was never in the original one, and it was my understanding that you couldn't make any exception, and so in my mind, it was, okay, if you can't make any exception, then, you know, people aren't gonna complain about their neighbor, even though technically under the code, they're not gonna complain about their neighbor and their kids, but this is to protect us from the, you know, the situation we don't want. But if we can totally have that family exception, I don't understand why it wouldn't be in there to begin with, so that's,
If I may, we modeled it after the Satellite Beach, and I think that was the explanation that the 72 hours would allow for kids to have campouts, friends, whatever, in their own backyard.
but the problem is the 72 hours is just a duration with no tying it to it being your family. So
And
that's my problem, is
and-
72 hours. If it's not tied to the family, then it's still open to anyone. Mr. Knight? So,
And I believe that's why it was
Well,
taken out.
I mean, my response is if somebody's going to be camping, I mean, what are the odds that they're going to be hopping literally from house to house for, you know, sleep there for 72 hours, go to the next house for 72 hours, go to the next house for 72 hours? I don't think the odds of that are very high. But, you know, theoretically it could happen.
But here's my point. The 72-hour limit that's being discussed, yes, that would allow somebody with their family to do it for 3 days, not 4, but 3 days on their own property, but it would also allow anyone else to do it for the 3 days. And we could take the whole 3-day out entirely if we could just limit it to families. That way you could camp in your own yard with your kids for a week if you wanted to. But also at the same time have a 0 days if it's not your family and your own property. Is that possible? Because
Yes,
that's really like the target of what we're wanting.
Yep.
So that's, yeah. So I would be good with going back and starting and doing that, because it's a great point. And I did not know that I thought from the whole get-go was we couldn't have any exception, otherwise we couldn't have it.
So if we go down the route of family, then we have to define family, I'm guessing. Is it immediate or not? And then can the neighbor's kids come camp in your backyard also? I mean, if we start describing who's allowed to and who's not.
At least you've made a workable exception for people in their own property with their own family.
As I understand, I'm just saying, if we're talking about following the law that we're about to write, or the ordinance we're about to write.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Yes, I mean, I think that case that we had, it was a Airbnb where it was single family in a week, and there was somebody rented it. It was an entire lacrosse team. So, yeah, I mean, maybe we don't want, even if it's your own family, but having your entire lacrosse team camp out in the backyard.
Yeah, then that goes back to,
you know,
I'm
but
sorry, I'm
yeah.
assuming I still have time left. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, you have 41
Okay,
seconds.
great. So back to some of the things we were talking about last night, which is it defaults back to max ordinances of people on a property, noise, et cetera, parking, all those other things. And as far as the exemption, then no, it should be owner. The exemption should be owner of the property and permission, and not rented or something like that. That
Yeah,
way
I mean, I think we kind of have the idea, so we don't have
Yeah.
exact language directions, but that,
Yeah.
so do we?
I mean, that's the
yeah.
intention.
Yeah, that's what I would
that
like, so.
I would love to have the birthday party for my daughters and still be able to have an open pit fire to cook marshmallows and hot dogs on.
So,
And And what I can do as well, I mean, I can draft, a few different versions
Yes,
of this.
yeah.
And then that way give you an option if you want to pick and choose, or if you like one more than the other, then
That would be great, I think,
do
yeah.
that.
Hi, Lynn Hartman, 325 Banyan Way. I didn't understand the argument that people would be defecating in the backyard. When people have an Airbnb, they say, we're in this part of the house and you're in that part of the house, and they're not allowing people into certain parts of the house. So if they're taking in a homeless person, putting him in the backyard, you're saying that they're telling him, well, you're not coming in my house, buddy, you probably have bed bugs. So yeah, he has to defecate in the backyard. So maybe something in there where whoever is having fun camping in the backyard has full access to all the common areas of the house. Because otherwise this would be somebody they don't like who can't come in.
But then you get into enforcement nightmares of them still defecating in the yard, but then having to prove that, this
Well,
is,
there's a
this
lot
is Vice
there-
Mayor, this is her item, so I'll let her, yeah.
The original, thank you. It came on originally because during one of the league meetings, a commissioner from Satellite Beach was telling me that that was something that they're having an issue with, and it was not limited to a small property. It was limited to quite a few, and that they did not have anything on their books to stop it. And we have on our books where you can't live in trailers and you can't live in campers, and so I was shocked that we would be in that same situation. So I took a copy of their ordinance that our attorney's team, I believe, wrote for Satellite Beach, and said I would like to bring forward a model of what they said. And then at that meeting, we tweaked it, and that's when I think the 72-hour situation kind of fell through the crack. But if you even look at page 66, it says that our ordinance would prohibit camping on all property in the town used for residential purposes for more than 72 hours in a 30-day period.
Yeah.
So the explanation sheet was originally what we had in there because of the way Satellite Beach modeled theirs. So the purpose is to eliminate somebody from being able to Airbnb tent usage in their backyard, which is a function that is happening around us.
Yeah, yeah.
And they don't allow those people to go into their homes.
They
have to
they
be
could also
fully
put a
contained.
porta potty out in the backyard trying to get around it, or one of those little composting potties. But
We've-
something where they do have access to the common areas of the house, at least they would have to then lie and say they did when they didn't. I mean, yeah, there's
I
gonna be a
just-
certain amount of trust there anyway with the
Yeah,
ordinance.
I just brought that forward as something for us to model after.
Lynn, that's good feedback.
Yeah,
I,
thanks.
Yeah,
I think
thank you.
that could be an important verbiage to add to the
Yeah, so you,
ordinance.
You
I'm
yeah.
in favor, so to save, I
No,
mean,
go ahead.
I think we should
I
also.
recognize, yeah. I think
We're
you.
all in agreement
you
that.
raise good points, and so we're gonna go back, so.
Let me finish, please. I'm in favor of incorporating the family-friendly element. I have 3 kids. If we can, even if it's go back to first reading, that's fine, it's worth it. So I would be in favor of a motion for that. And then I think that's a great point about the owner, it's limited to the owner of the property or family of the owner of the property with the requirement of access to, what's the word? Not common areas, but like facilities. Because they don't need to access the TV room or the playroom, they need to access the bathroom, right? That's the core piece of it.
I mean, could we, I'm just thinking outside the box, Mr. Knight, but we could include not a permit, but basically just a notification system that we're gonna be, here's we're camping out with our family and, family for 3 days, and a signed certification by the homeowner saying, and everyone that's camping will have access to, is family and has access to.
I'm not, usually
Well-
you shouldn't have to
Yeah.
submit an application
Yeah.
to camp in your backyard.
No, it's not, I'm not saying application, it's just a certification, because if that's what you're adding, is the statement that they have to have access to the bathroom, it's not a permit, but it's just a notification, yes, we're camping and everyone has access to the bathroom. But, huh?
The Airbnb would quickly just have one bathroom in the back of the house for them. The common areas, I mean, who of your family and friends can't go in the kitchen? Who in your family and friends can't go in the living room?
Yeah.
Yeah, the kids are kept out of the parents' bedroom, that's why common areas maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, but I guess the thing that she brought up, that was using the restroom outside was like the major thing, so anyway, I'm fine, and we're gonna go back to the drawing board, so I think that's good, we appreciate your comments. and-
Town attorney, do you need a motion to,
So if there is no motion, then it would just die at second reading. And
Yeah.
we would start
and you
over.
have, you're documenting the direction?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I think it'd be important to summarize our intent.
Yes, yeah.
So if I can
Yes,
summarize.
please do. I
I would
recognize you.
summarize that the commission, majority of the commission would like to include family-friendly verbiage, as previously stated, to make an exception for the owner of the property and family of the property with access to utilities.
Okay. All right, so then we will move on to the next one. Thank you, you all, which is second reading of prohibiting smoking. So I will turn this over for the reading of it. Now, this one just applies to town property and parks. It doesn't apply to anyone's private property. So this is just town parks and beaches. It prohibits smoking, but you can do whatever you want in your backyard. So just FYI on that one.
This is ordinance number 2024-04, an ordinance of the town of Melbourne Beach, Brevard County, Florida, creating chapter 73, article 6, parks and beaches, in the code of ordinances to prohibit smoking in town parks and public beaches, providing for definitions, providing for enforcement and penalties, providing for codification, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. So after first reading, there was the recommendation from the commission to add vaping to section 73-60. Vaping was added. When I did add that, the way it reads is vaping of a lighted tobacco product. So I included vaping, but then I also included a separate phrase there after including cigarettes for vapor generating electronic devices, which I think would clearly encompass something like that. So those were the only changes that were made. This is the second reading.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on this ordinance, which would pass after this reading if we vote? So here's your opportunity. 2024-04 prohibits smoking in public parks.
Can I add one clarification? I think it's important. I think it's important to note that even if it's a public easement on your private property, that is exempt from the smoking ban.
Oh, yeah, so your backyard and your front, on your property.
So you have easements throughout
Yeah.
properties, commercial and residential. I think it's important for the residents to
Yeah.
understand that this does not apply. As long as it's on your property, including easements and setbacks, it does not apply.
And there will be signage, because I think in order to be able to ticket them, we do have to have some signage. And there probably will be a lot of enforcement discretion at the very beginning while people get used to it, but eventually there would be tickets and fines. And this would be on the beach, and hopefully we have that one vape shop, but they can go there, but they'll have to go somewhere else afterwards. So any public comment? Come on up, sir.
Dan Brunger, 6th Avenue, Melbourne Beach. Okay, well, this kind of goes back to my first public comment about education instead of enforcement. Yeah, I understand about cigarette smoking, how it causes lots of issues. One thing that I didn't see in this ordinance, and something that the town, I don't think, is going to take into consideration, which they probably should if they're going to do this, is that it looks like the state of Florida probably will allow marijuana use down here in the future. And it doesn't include anything about marijuana. Now, personally, I have an issue with marijuana because it makes me have headaches and nausea and all those other kinds of things. I've been traveling in different areas where that type of substance is authorized, as in Colorado Springs Airport, et cetera, et cetera. And so if you're going to do cigarettes, let's do marijuana too, because it's got to be included, and it's a noxious, toxic substance when it's not taken properly.
I think it's already prohibited to be smoked in public places under state law anyway, and I will let Mr. Knight speak about that. But-
Subject to change by the state of Florida. So I
Exactly,
think
but yeah.
that the town might want to consider.
Yeah, no, I would, I mean, like, if they, but I don't know that they would, but if they did make it legal where you could, we absolutely would jump on that too, but I don't think that since there's already a state law, I don't think we are able to, and the state law covers it, but.
Yeah, so it hasn't been changed yet, and this particular ordinance is based upon the Florida Statute 386.209, which has the definitions for smoking, and it applies to tobacco products and not
Yeah.
marijuana products.
But like, you could probably have, I mean, since we have this one, we probably could just have this ready with marijuana in there already, so that if and when, I mean, we,
Yeah,
you know, I mean, it would
you
be
could, or if
yeah.
the state of Florida does end up passing
Yeah.
something, then
That
that's
they
probably
probably
something
will.
that you could
Yeah.
revise to include that.
Yeah. I mean, the idea is more aimed at the people who aren't smoking but want to enjoy the park, or the kids, you know, do whatever you want in your house, but,
And littering.
yeah. And the littering, the butts. Okay, so any other public comment?
Is there any reason not to put marijuana in there? Can we not?
Yeah.
I don't think there's a reason
Yeah.
to. It's sort of like, you don't have to put, you know,
Yeah.
Crack.
someone smoking heroin or something like that. It's already illegal.
Yeah. Here, my only thing with, I would really like to pass this though, because in the past, the legislature had a preemption bill that prevented us from passing a smoking ordinance of nicotine. They changed it in 2002 to allow it, but they preempt us a lot, so, like, this one, I would like to pass it, because what if, you know, I mean, you don't know, anyway. And we're gonna be in budget season, so I would like to, that would be my, on this, and then we can have one ready, waiting to go with marijuana, so.
So if we added marijuana, we would have to do another second
Yeah,
reading?
yeah, because that's a whole nother substance, we'd have
Yeah.
to start all over, so, yeah. I know I turned it down, I'm hot too. I'm not, yeah.
I think,
Okay, do we have a?
I think since it's not an issue right now and it's easily addressable, we don't know what the state's going to do. I think with the time sensitivity, it's important to go ahead and move forward with this.
Yeah. We have a comment, though, so.
Yep, just a point of clarification, Bruce Larson, 1507 Pine Street. Point of clarification on town property. Again, I think I asked it in the last one. Does this apply beyond the berm on the beach to the beach proper, or is it only from the crossover and where the stairs stop? I'm not clear on what is enforceable from a ordinance perspective.
Yeah.
Perhaps the chief knows.
So normally the beach property actually is state.
Yeah.
But when they gave us back our power to regulate for the smoking, they actually added in a provision where,
Okay.
oh, and by the way, you can also regulate on the beach for the smoking issue, because there's a lot of other things where we can't. So, correct?
Yes,
But, yeah.
that's correct.
But cigars is an exception under state law that we can't regulate.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, that's
So,
good news then.
yeah.
Thank you.
They got lobbied
Yeah.
by the cigar
So, I know.
manufacturers.
Okay, so I don't think we have any more public comment on this, so do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve ordinance 2024-04 prohibiting smoking on public property.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes 5-0, Amber. So we will now move on to, oh, I got them all mixed up here. I like the page number.
Unfinished business.
Unfinished business. Consideration of lifeguard contract. That's pages 80 to 108.
So the county commission has brought back this to the town for its final consideration on whether or not the town wants to participate in the lifeguard program for the 2024-2025 season. They have asked that we participate at a 50% cost share for a seasonal guard, 2 lifeguards at Ocean Park. Our cost share would be $63,967.08. Presently, we pay $22,350.43 for the same two lifeguards. If you wanted to do year-round staffing at Ocean Park, that would be considerably more because that is actually $333,542. So a 50% cost share for the town would be $166,771.33. So we need to notify the county by June 30th whether or not we're choosing to participate in this program for the 2024-2025 season. And as I noted on there, Indy Atlantic and Satellite Beach have opted out.
I mean, I've talked about this a bunch. My position is that this is the county, they should pay it, they have the money for it, it's in their charter. If we start paying, we'll never stop paying. There's a case right now where somebody drowned at one of the lifeguard stations, I believe, and there's like a suit. So, so I would be against paying anything. That's my vote and position, but. Anybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't think that we should be paying taxpayer dollars to this when there's money that comes in for tourism that the county could use for this. We also, when we're talking about what this is going to cover, this is this little tiny section in front of Ocean Park. It doesn't cover First Ave, Second Ave, any of those beaches. It doesn't cover up there. So it's a very small section. I think, yeah, the money in the town could be used better elsewhere. I think as a part of not approving though, I would like to make sure we put a sign at our beach that says, this is not lifeguard protected. If you think you need a lifeguard, go down to the county beach, which is a mile south.
Yeah.
My,
No. Sorry, go ahead. I recognize you.
This is I mean, this one is hard for me because I think about, so if we decline, so we've been contributing 22,000 and change for how many years? Since I can remember. Since I've been on the commission, 6-7 years. I don't like that we even had to contribute that. I think it's total BS. You know, we have tourism dollars and tax dollars that go to mostly the county, and then they want to charge us for a service, and we've requested backup for, okay, is this 127 like your whole department divided by the number of lifeguards? Because that's not an accurate representation of the cost. We still have yet to see that. You know, it's just, they won't give us the exact dollar amounts that we're generating for tourism tax dollars on the bed night tax. It's just like, we're not getting the information we've asked for, and it's been very simple requests. I mean, I'm probably gonna vote for, along with Indy Atlantic and Satellite Beach, but I am concerned about what happens if the beaches are not protected, and, cause I've been there multiple times, or around it when there were drownings, and it's a really unsettling feeling knowing that it's happening in our backyard. And I don't wanna choose dollars over lives, but I'm just putting that on the record. I mean, Indy Atlantic and Satellite Beach, is it their, do they predict that the county is going to see these opt-outs and then realize that they're gonna lose top tourism dollars and then eventually fund us, but at what expense?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, nobody has that crystal ball. You can also make a counteroffer.
No.
I mean, if you chose to, and you wanted to go back to what we're paying this year.
I mean, my counter offer would be, we will allow their lifeguards to come and provide services, and we will give them $0 and a thank you.
I mean, I would be willing to maintain our past and current contribution, but nothing more than that.
I mean, they might not have asked for more money if we hadn't paid money to start, you know?
I
mean,
wasn't
it's-
here
yeah.
when that was decided, so you can ask the previous commission.
But I will say, it is frustrating when you ask for records, and they're simple records, and you can't get them, but, I mean, it's frustrating.
Apples to oranges.
So, do we,
And so
We have
what,
two other commissioners.
what's gonna happen when we have someone drowning?
look, people drown when there's a lifeguard, though.
No, I know, but this is, I'm just saying.
I-
We're all sitting at the beach tomorrow, and there's no lifeguards and someone's drowning. Oh my gosh.
But I think,
I know, this is not easy.
I agree. Yeah. I think if we,
I can't be I know.
my thought on that is if we were going to be concerned 100% with the life of every person, then we would have to guard our entire beach,
Our entire beach.
which we
Can't do
We're
it.
not
Can't
going to.
do.
Yeah.
So we educate the public. We tell them if they need a lifeguard, they go where there's a lifeguard.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
it's hard.
You know, yeah. We tell these realtors that are listing Airbnbs
Yes,
to
to
tell
stop
your people that we don't have lifeguards and there's dangerous rip currents. But because the truth is, a lot of the people that have drowned, it's people that don't live here, come from outside.
Yeah, no,
That
it's
are
true.
letting their kids or, or drinking or out there and they don't know about rip currents. So, I mean, you can only educate people so much, but they gotta listen to it. So.
Kind of like how they stop at the stop signs.
I mean, I don't want to be like heartless about it, but it's, people still drown when there's the lifeguard, and we have roads that we can't fix, and those, they may not generate as much attention, but people die on roads too, because they can be dangerous, so we need to fix our roads, that's what we need to use with our taxpayer money.
Are there other cities other than, that is interesting, maybe it is if everyone just says no, then they'll change, but are there other cities other than Indialantic and Satellite Beach that are, do you know?
Not that I'm aware of right now.
Pretty sure Cocoa Beach is a no too.
Yeah, so maybe that will send them a message
Yeah.
and say, listen, guys.
And
you need
somebody said it was in their original, it's like in the Brevard Charter that they're supposed to provide it.
Yeah.
They created a new interpretation that, we don't actually have to pay, you have to pay, so,
I'm ready.
anyway. Okay, so I think we have consensus that our counter offer is 0. I mean, or we just don't respond, I mean, but, yeah.
We need to vote on that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
so. Yeah, so we will go to public comment.
Public comment first.
Yeah, so we will have public comment now.
Haley Conrad, 2011 Oak Street. Been pretty quiet till now. Lifeguarding is a very important topic to me. And part of the information you haven't shared that I think is very important is you're saying Indialantic and Satellite Beach and Cocoa Beach all opted out of having county lifeguards. Chief Brown presented an option for us to have our own lifeguards. Are those towns providing any lifeguards?
No. The manager was.
None of them.
Yeah.
So, other than Spessard Holland Beach, where would be the next guarded beach?
Howard Fudge.
Yeah.
Where?
Paradise, Howard Fudge.
So, Paradise, which is almost Satellite Beach.
But here's the thing, Brevard County is providing, even without the stations, so since it's county down there and county up there, they have a roaming patrol that actually will patrol the whole stretch anyway.
But we're talking
even
about
for-
5
yeah.
miles probably of beach
Yes.
right there with no lifeguard. So, personally, I think that's short-sighted on our part to say we're going to put a sign that says go to Paradise or go to Spessard Holland. The parking at Spessard Holland is already overflowing because it's free. It's completely overflowing. By the way, I think we need an ordinance that says you can't park in A1A. Just thought. But yeah, I think that lifeguarding is super important. I know there's a number game to it. And we say that people drown with lifeguards present, but how many drownings have been prevented with those lifeguards present should also be considered. It's a huge issue. I know there's a numbers game to it, but to only have those 2 beaches with guards for our locals and or our visitors, I think is unacceptable, and I would like that made at least known to the county.
Thank you.
Thank you. I saw another hand, so somebody wants to come up. Come on up, sir. You don't need to raise your hand, you can come on up.
Dan Brunger, 6th Avenue, Melbourne Beach. I had personally witnessed a near drowning here on about the 19th of May. It was down right on the beach at the Melbourne Beach RV Park. And there was a gentleman with a dog walking on the beach. The people in my group noticed the dog at the waterway, and somebody said, I can't quite tell, we don't know what that thing is floating in the water. And then it was determined there was a man that's floating face down. And a couple of people from my group jumped up and ran down to the beach with another fellow, and they pulled the gentleman out and put him up on the shore. And it just so happened that my daughter-in-law, nurse, 40 years of experience, went down and determined that he was still breathing very sporadically and assisted in his breathing. And my son called 911. Well, it took 10 minutes for them to get there. And in the meantime, of course, the pupils on the gentleman's eyes were pinpoints, and had whites of his eyes, a couple issues there. But anyway, after about 10 minutes, Rescue came, the Brevard County Fire Department showed up, Brevard County Deputy Sheriff, and I think Melbourne Beach Deputy showed up. 10 minutes. And they got him on a little gurney, put him on a ATV, and put him up on the ambulance, took him to Holmes Hospital. Now, that was in the county. There was no lifeguard there. And the lifeguard did show up with an ATV along at the same time that the other folks showed up. 10 minutes. Roger Newell, 506 Colony Street. Chief, what's your fastest response time? 911 or calling direct?
Call 911. I mean, that's how all the fire and law enforcement assets are dispatched. That's our dispatching hub.
Took 10 minutes.
That's normal.
If you called the fire department direct, would there be a faster response time?
So we have, no, because there's not somebody staffing this fire station 24/7. So, no, and that's just the challenge of not getting a big discussion here, so we can continue moving, but, so when you dial 911, it goes to one dispatch center, they've got to figure out where the call is, they transfer it to the law enforcement dispatch first. The law enforcement will start going, and then they'll add the fire, so, my dispatch and rescue onto that call, so there's always a lag. So the time from you calling 911 to us even getting notified in the fire department is usually, a minute or so, up to 3 minutes from the time you're calling 911 before we're even getting told something's going on.
Okay.
Brian Casaza, 2009 Oak Street. I completely agree with Haley about the importance of lifeguards, but I think what you're doing is the exact right thing. This is a mistake at the county level. This is irresponsibility at the county level. And I think when you look at what they expect from this grant, you see something that's completely irresponsible. They're either asking you, the county, to take care of it, you pay for half of it, but if you read everything, you have no say in it.
Exactly.
Absolutely no say. I mean, we fought a revolution to get away from that. And then the second part is, if you do take it over, I had less paperwork to provide every year for $1 million NIH grant than what you have to provide them if you take it over yourself. This is completely, I just want to get on record, this is completely irresponsible by the county commission. And the county commission, I'm glad that the towns should all stick together, because this is terrible that our county is doing this. And who gets this is, if you look at that beach there, you look at the cars that park there, they're mainly actually not people from the town. They're people, rarely tourists, but they're a lot from the county. These are county people coming there. So what they're doing is being irresponsible to their own county residents. And I just want to state that's on record, that this really is a county problem, and I'm glad that you're not letting them push that on us, because this should not be our problem. The county is not protecting us as citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, in addition to being against it, I also looked at the contract. I mean, it's a bad contract. Even has clawback provisions where all these things, we have to, pay them back. So it's a bad contract to begin with, but, so. Come on. Any more? Okay, so does this just die? We don't even need a motion, it dies. Or should we make one?
So if there's no.
Yeah.
So
Should we
if
make
there's
one
no
for
motion,
a
then there-
statement?
If there's no motion, then there'd be nothing to do or nothing to report back to the county.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, just for me, would support Mr. Casasa's statement as my statement to the county. I pretty much what he said, so. Okay, we will move on. We are now on to, I keep losing my page. Where's my agenda? New business. Okay, now we are on sheds. Where? That's the manager, that's Mr. Knight, yeah.
So this is actually the first reading of this ordinance. What would happen is if this were to be approved or modified, it would then be sent back to P and Z for review. And then we'd have to have this, either a special meeting or a meeting, next month for the adoption of this through a second reading.
At the very beginning of the meeting, the manager took it off the agenda, we haven't gotten, I don't know why yet, but anyway, it's off the agenda now. So that happened very, very beginning of the meeting. Sorry about that.
So this is ordinance number 2024-01, an ordinance of the town of Melbourne Beach, Brevard County, Florida, amending Appendix A of the Town Code of Ordinances of Melbourne Beach, the Land Development Code, amending Section 7A-57 relating to utility sheds and setback requirements, providing for codification, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This was brought up last month, however, there's nothing that could be done on it due to the lack of the required commissioners for voting on it. So it is back here now for the first reading. Last meeting, my suggestion was to add a grandfathering clause to this, and that is my suggestion now as well, in order to make any sheds that are currently non-conforming, conforming pursuant to this. And like I said, this is the first reading, so.
And I will recuse because I have a shed case that has been pending for 3 years and is still pending, so. I'm supposed to say why, right? I mean, I think everyone in town knows, but for the prosperity and the record. Do I pass the gap? Do I have to pass the gap? I mean, I'm not gonna do anything, so.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, okay, so I will pass the gap, and this is procedural stuff, so I'm recusing, I'm like gonna sit back and not say anything, and I'm passing the gavel, which I'm required to do, to the vice mayor, who then will be the presiding officer for this part.
Don't forget Form 10B.
Yeah, and I do it every time.
I have a question on the grandfathering, and if we have that clause in there and a shed is destroyed, do they then have to rebuild per the code? They don't get to rebuild
Yeah,
to what it was before or something, right?
So if the shed is destroyed, that they would have to rebuild pursuant to the current code.
I'm agreeable to the grandfathering language that you're suggesting, and this ordinance language reads how we agreed on the last meeting, so I have no further comments.
No further comments as long as we have the grandfather clause, yeah.
Do we have a motion?
You would need to take public comment first.
Haven't we always done motion, then public comment?
Yeah.
Yes, but I went back and reviewed the resolution, and it actually has it in the opposite order.
Thank
so
you.
That's fine.
Thank you, I thought so.
Public comment?
It also makes it a little easier because if there's a motion and then public comment, you sort of forget who made the motion, who had it seconded.
It never made sense to me,
So,
but now we know it was incorrect. So, public comment, and then I'll be ready to make a motion. Seeing none,
No public comment, so I'd like a motion.
I will make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-01 sheds for the second and
First. It says second, but it is first.
mine's, okay.
Yes, it says second on page 134, but
It's
this is
definitely
actually
the first.
Actually, the first reading.
Let me restate that. I move to approve ordinance 2024-01 sheds first reading
Would you like to
with the
add?
grandfathering clause included.
Thank you.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And one abstention. So next, okay, it's back to me. Next we go to this, new business. Okay, new business. Consideration of volunteer board member application from Tim Reed for the Board of Adjustment, pages 138 to 139. I saw Mr. Reed, he is here. Mr. Reed, would you like to come up and speak? We have your information, and we thank you.
Tim Reed, 302 4th Avenue. I applied for the open board
read your resume. I know you go to a lot of P and Z meetings. I see you at these meetings, so. You know, you've got the technical engineering background, so. Does anybody, I don't have any questions, but does anybody else?
No?
No?
No.
No.
Thank you for applying
Thank you.
very much.
So I can't ever make the motions even for this. So-
Let me ask one question.
Yeah, okay,
Just-
go ahead.
So, and obviously you know what this board does, so you feel comfortable, given if you were in that situation, dealing with a neighbor in a difficult situation.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel I can do it objectively.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I guess I should say, Mr. Reed comes into my mayor's hours and talks sometimes, and I know he's very,
Yeah.
you know, wants to follow the code and it's, anyway.
Yep.
And he's got an engineering background, so I need a motion though to approve, correct?
Motion to approve,
Point.
or do you need public comment first?
Do we take public comment? No. I don't think do we take public comment on people? I mean, I guess we could, yes, I mean, it's on the agenda.
Yes.
Is there any public comment on the appointment of Mr. Reed? His information is the packet. He's an engineer, he's applied for the position. There's a vacant position. It's an alternate on P and Z. Any Board of Adjustment, excuse me. Sorry. Board of Adjustment. It's been a long night. I might need to take a break. Seeing none, now we can go to a motion.
I move to approve the board member application for Tim Reed for the Board of Adjustment.
All in favor, say aye.
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 That was all opposed? None, so that was 5-0.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we go to, this one's mine. Discussion of implementing a moratorium on traffic changes and reviewing the policy for updates. This is pages 140 to 147. I wrote a long discussion in there, so I don't want to take up too much time, but the gist of it, and I know the residents who are here kind of know, we've had various different stop signs that have popped up in different places over the years. We've had the speed bumps and the speed poles and different signs, and I think for community harmony and for efficiency, that I'd like to have a moratorium just that makes it really clear that there won't be anything new that will pop up. No new stop signs anywhere, no new speed bumps, no new flashing signs, no new signs. For 6 months, and we'll work on a policy. If there's some reason some sign needs to be put up, it'll be brought to the commission, so there's a public chance to speak on it. So, oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I need to take one too. We're gonna take a 5-minute recess and take a break. So, excuse me, you should tell me when you, yeah. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break and come back. Sorry, but I know, I need to take a break too, though, and. Trust me, I didn't eat dinner, I'm starving, and I don't have any more water.
You didn't steal kid's snack like last time?
No, I didn't. I thought I had them at the house, and I didn't have any, so I had to come up here earlier than I thought.
It tastes a little suspect. They filled it with water last time I was here like half of it. Yeah.
I am leaving. My dentist appointment today is flaring up, so I am staying.
You'll tell Amber? Okay. because we're on the moratorium now. Pressure here. I don't know why yeah, they interviewed me earlier. That's why I was early and didn't eat anything. All right. Wait.
Corey's still there.
Okay, all right. I think we're going to go ahead and call this back to order.
Corey's still the rest.
Oh, is he? Okay, sorry. Oh, well, Corey, okay. We've got Commissioner Runty still. Sorry, that's why. It's like, I'm loud. Okay, we're going to go ahead and call this to order because we got, and I appreciate, we've still got a lot of residents that have stayed, which is wonderful. Thank you for your patience. We really appreciate it. We do like hearing from you. Amber, could you go ahead and recall the roll? Okay, go ahead.
Mayor Allison Dennington.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sherry Corey is excused absent. Commissioner Corey Runty.
Here.
Commissioner Marie V. Walker. Commissioner Adam Meyer.
Here.
Town Manager Elizabeth Mascaro. Town Attorney Ryan Knight.
Here.
Police Chief Tim Zander.
Here.
Building Official Robert Bitgood.
Here.
Public Works Director Tom Davis. Town Clerk Amber Brown is also present.
So we still have 4 here, so we still have a quorum. Vice Mayor Corey had to leave. Okay. I don't want to go into all of the, in the future, or if anyone, you can read my memo that I wrote and put in the packet, but I'd like to have this moratorium so that we can work on and work with the citizens, but come up with some policies for going forward in the future. Whenever there's going to be a new stop sign or something put in place, we have a procedure, which I would like for it to come before the commission until things get settled, I think. So, is there anyone, do we have more discussion?
I'm not, I'd like to hear from the police chief, but I'm not opposed to it. I understand your comments behind it. However, if we're making this motion, I think it's a little hypocritical to have the next item talking about changing something that we are now creating a moratorium for. So I'm only going to vote in support.
Point of order.
No,
I'm going to take, I get to make a point of
What's the
order, and
rule?
this is the point of order. You use the word hypocritical for me to do that, but actually, if
I'm
you
not
read,
saying you.
no, well, these 2 are my items.
What's
so
the
you said it's a
Robert's
bit.
rule I'm breaking?
So it is decorum, and you use the word hypocritical, which is not appropriate. And actually,
okay.
if you read it, it says, with the exception of this other item, which a member of the public brought forth and asked me to sponsor.
So before I was interrupted, I was saying that I am in favor, subject to talking to the police chief, of the moratorium you are proposing, but I'm not in favor of removing or touching that intersection for the same justification that the moratorium is going to be passed.
But point of order, that's a separate item,
There's
which
no
we will
point of
talk
order.
to,
It's
but that's a separate
no,
item. Yeah.
It's very much interrelated, because I'm not willing to do both, because it doesn't make sense. It's illogical, and it goes against the logic of passing a moratorium. Hey, let's pass a moratorium to stop making changes, but one last change real quick tomorrow. I'm not doing that.
Okay, I appreciate that they are interrelated, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, so
But,
the
but,
point of
that-
orders are
but, and I appreciate that you're
not
good with the
applicable.
moratorium. So, but my point is that you could still, you could say, I'm good with the moratorium, I have something I'm gonna say later that is related, but I'm good with the moratorium. Then we can move on to when we get to the other part, you can say, I voted, I was good with the moratorium, I understood it, but then you can explain why. That's more efficient.
I know how, I explained my feelings on it, I'm allowed to do so, I did so respectfully, I don't need you to restate how I can restate it.
So other commissioners, do you have anything to discuss on this?
I understand where you're coming from, but my concern with this is I do not believe in micromanaging our departments. And I don't really think that I am the best judge to say where a sign should go or not go. I don't believe that I am. Maybe other people here are, I don't know. But if I was a citizen, I don't think that I can say, let's put a sign there, let's not put a sign there. So I'm concerned about this because I think we're taking away from those who know best.
This is the reason why I wanted it. We had, everyone knows the Riverside stop sign debacle, and everyone is aware in town that in your neighborhood, various places, there's stop signs that have popped up. And there was no notice. There was even a stop sign that popped up right where the kids, go. And at night, it popped up at night without even a flashing light, so people were running it. This is the one on Neptune. So over a couple years, there's been different stop signs, but the Riverside one was a huge thing. That never went to the public, and there have been reasons that are expressed after the fact why these things go in. All I am saying, and I think the citizens are saying, is there could be a legitimate reason to put these in, but why do we have to hear about the reasons after we see them put in and our tax money spent putting them in? And then we go and we try to get information, and it's hard to get information because it's almost like they're already put in. So if there's a reason to put in a new stop sign, all they have to do, all the staff, and that's what it says in my proposal, is that they just come to the commission and say, okay, there's an issue here, it's a safety issue. They tell us why. And we could say, yes, okay, but it's that process. And by the way, our town code actually requires a certain process, and it uses the word engineer, which is a state-defined term, and we haven't been following our town code. So I'm not trying to micromanage them. I want them to follow the code. I want to have policies, and I don't want to waste taxpayer money putting things in and continually changing them. And we're not even being notified. I mean, maybe some of you guys are being notified. I know I'm not notified, and it's not at a public meeting.
So I agree with 95% of what you said, and that's, we should follow the procedure, we should follow the process, we should have a traffic engineer, we should have a proper traffic engineer in the past. I don't want to talk about the past because it was a horrible year last year. Like, we were all in embarrassment. Every single person was an embarrassment. So I don't want to talk about the past. We're moving forward now. I agree with 95% of what you're saying. I think the process should be correct. I think the proper people should meet and decide where signs should go. I don't know who the proper people are, but I assume it would be the traffic engineer if we hire one, the police chief, I don't know, whoever else. I'm not an expert on that. I think they should decide. Should they bring it to us? I guess they should bring it to us. But at the same time, if a traffic engineer and a police chief decide that a bump needs to go here and a stop sign needs to go there, I don't know who we are to say, nope, we don't like that. It's safety. I don't think we have the right to do that. I think we need to leave it. I'm not saying that they did it correctly in the past, Mayor. I agree with you. I wasn't informed. I never knew. I got a lot of wrath for that. I never knew it. I agree with you. But going forward, let's get our traffic engineers, let's get the process. The moratorium, I don't think we need a moratorium. I think we just need to do the proper process. Get the traffic engineers next time you want to do something, and let's just move forward. That's what I think.
Yeah, so I would like to respond to that, but there's a saying, and there's a reason why it's a saying, that the past tends to repeat itself, right?
Yes.
So the past repeats itself if you don't take a hard look at, well, what happened and how do we get there, right?
Okay.
And that's what I'm trying to do. You can say, I don't want to talk about the past, I just want to go forward. But what you're kind of saying is, I think they learned, and I don't think that we're, I'm not saying I'm a traffic expert either. I'm certainly not. What I want is, and you're saying let's follow the process, but we have a code provision in our code that they're supposed to follow, and it's already been admitted that it hasn't been followed, but it probably hasn't been followed because I think there's it's not clear. So how going forward, if we don't have a moratorium, are they going to follow the process that they didn't follow before because it's not clear? But the moratorium is, okay, work together, and they can talk with the town attorney and with each other without coming to us on, okay, here's what the policy says, this is what we would like to be able to do, these are the reasons why. They can create a policy. They can bring the policy to us. We might make some changes, but then we will have a clear policy, and the town then will be able to say, when there's a new stop sign that goes in or something, this is the policy they will follow, and we can hold them to it, but we can require some kind of data. Because in the past, these things that popped up, it's always a justification for why it went in after the fact. You know, we need to be able to give people a reason. You know, here is the reason why, here's the data. You might not agree with it, but here is the data, here's the policy.
So whatever process exists today, because I think there's a process, except there's a problem with the traffic engineer word, which we never had. It was the police chief.
Yeah,
That's a problem.
Yeah.
I totally get that. But there's a process right now, right? So we want to relook at the process, change the process.
We need to clarify the process and make sure it actually gets followed.
Can we hear from the police chief?
And
please?
we have new people on staff. We have a new chief.
I'd like to hear from our police chief.
First, let me say, I know that this is a pretty contentious thing. I wasn't here in the past, so I can't say stop signs and speed bumps and things like that. All I know is that when I got here, my job is the overall safety of the town. That period. That's just what it is. So there is no ulterior motives. There is no plotting. There is no anything else. I don't have a fight in the game. My job is to determine where I think something is not safe and see if we can do something to make it safer. That's it. So keeping that in mind, I'm not going to talk about the next one because we got something coming up here probably in a minute. But just keeping that in mind, we have a lot of experience within the PD when it comes to this type of thing. I can say, yes, the charter says a traffic engineer, and I am in no way saying that I want that responsibility. What I'm saying is if it's changed and I have that responsibility, I'll use the same common sense and measures that I'm using here today. Here's what I will say. If we have a 6-lane intersection like US 1 and 192 with multiple traffic lanes and thousands and thousands of cars going through there each day, and we have a problem there, I would come to you and say, yes, let's please get a traffic engineer that's well above my experience and my training to determine how we're going to change that to make that better. I will say that if we bring that to this town, you're going to end up paying thousands of dollars for an engineer on a 4-way stop. On a 4-way stop.
But I'm not wanting that.
Let him finish, please.
But if that's what you want us to follow, our policy says traffic engineer, then that's what we would do. Spending thousands of dollars on that would not make a whole lot of sense to me. Keeping in mind, I want the police department to be neutral, in the middle, and a good partnership to the community. So on the other end of the spectrum, whatever is decided, I'm absolutely going to follow, and we will be 100% behind it. So whatever it decides to be, we have no stake in the game. We're just doing what we think is best to make it safe at that particular time. If we have to go back to the commission every single time we want to do something, and keep in mind, I don't want signs either. I've been through cities, I've seen the memes of some of these cities where there's signs every 3 feet. I don't want them either. I don't want them either. We don't want to put signs up everywhere for everything. I understand that. But at the end of the day, I need to make sure that if I have a problem with an intersection, that I'm going to do what I can do to make it safe. Having to go to the commission a month later, depending on when the problem comes up, just isn't very efficient. So at the end of the day, you pay people to do their job. You bring us here to make sure, because we have the experience, the leadership, the training, with all that goes with it. Give us the authority to do our job. And wherever we decide to go with this, keep in mind, I'm on board. So I'm not saying one or the other. I'm just saying allow us to do our job.
Yeah, you're starting to repeat yourself. Okay, so this is what I would say is.
Point of order.
No.
Show respect.
What?
Thank you.
Okay, so I have read the code, and this is, so there's actually 2 ways. this is what, I'm not saying the town hire a traffic engineer, that'd be really expensive, but our code says there's two ways you can make traffic changes. You go to the elected body and raise it, and they can approve it, and we don't have to be engineers, or the non-elected management, the town manager, can appoint a traffic engineer who then can, doing a study, or, a reasonable basis, determine to put one in. So, but what's happening is neither one of those things has been happening. But there are two ways, right? So I'm not saying get a traffic engineer, but maybe we should revise our code that says you don't have to have a traffic engineer and you can appoint the police chief, but here is the documented data, the timelines, and there has to be a presentation on the record as to, we're putting this in and this is why. Because, public records and public meetings are really, they can be inefficient, yes, but, they're still required by law and they still have an important purpose because it's not coming before the commission. The point of it is coming from them out there. It's their taxes that pay your salary. It's their taxes that pay for every sign that goes in and then goes out and every speed bump that goes in and it gets changed, because there is like a response to when people get upset, then we seem to change it. But why don't we just have the public meeting before it ever goes in and discuss it with the public? I mean, so you were incorrect when you were saying that, it would be really expensive, we'd have to hire an engineer. We don't actually have to hire an engineer. We could use the alternate legal thing that's in our code, which is law, and come to the commission. But neither one of those things has been happening.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah. Yes.
One more thing. And please don't take this the wrong way, but we're trained to recognize things and we're trained to do things, right? Just like, who was the engineer? Somebody was the engineer. I don't remember who it was earlier. I'm not going to go make an engineering decision because I don't have an engineering background. So I'm not going to go make an accounting decision because I don't have an accounting background. I'm going to make a safety decision because I have a safety background. So putting it out to the public, and again, if that happens, I'm all for it. But putting it out to the public and relying on somebody that doesn't have the law enforcement experience, the public safety experience, the traffic experience, I just don't know if that's the smartest
My
thing to do.
response to that, hold on, my response to that is, if you have a good reason, you should have no problem being able to effectively communicate the reason why and explain it to the residents. I mean, quite frankly, if like what you're saying is you guys know what you're doing, you're experienced, you're qualified, you have reasons. If that's true, and I'm not saying it's not, the missing link is just actually explaining that to the residents. And I'm pretty sure that if you really have a good reason and you're able to effectively, honestly, straightforward communicate it to them with some facts and figures, they will be fine with it.
That's a huge assumption.
Well, but you know what? If they
Because
aren't,
safety
it's
is
their
not-
town and it's their taxes, period.
Safety improvements is not always the most popular opinion, and that is a fact.
I do have a question for the attorney. In your experience in other small towns, is it normal for the commissioners to be this involved in traffic safety? Is that something, or,
So,
I'm just asking, yeah, that's it, that's my question.
so normally it's either through Public Works or, the chief of police, as far as putting in signs. What complicates this is the code does have a traffic engineer,
Right.
in it. However, the traffic engineer qualifications aren't spelled out. It just
spelled out.
says
Yeah.
pretty much the town manager can appoint any employee or individual.
But it's defined by state law, and engineer
So
is.
it's not defined in here though, and it doesn't
Right.
refer to state law in here, so
Right.
that's
But-
what
So
it
that's,
says.
Yeah.
that's the,
But I'm-
So
yeah.
that's one of the problems.
That's where the
um,
problem
But I've read,
there.
but the
With that.
state engineer law says anyone using the name or designation engineer, these are the qualifications. Like, it basically sort of regulates the use of the term engineer. There's various different types of engineers, and that's regulated. So you can't just call yourself a traffic engineer and like not be one of those things under state law, because then you're essentially saying, so that's, I've read,
Yeah,
So if we
I'd have
don't
to
like
defer
that,
to
if we don't like that it requires a traffic engineer, what it requires is to make changes and to actually follow our code and not just ignore our code by the town administration. What they have to do is, what they're supposed to have done is not use that traffic engineer provision because it's not, they're not, is come to the commission, but neither one's been happening. So what we do is we say, okay, well then we don't want to have to do that. We would propose, they need to propose to us that we're going to change the code and this is what we would like, and we can consider that. They can't just ignore both provisions and keep doing what they're doing and upsetting the residents.
Okay,
so-
so
I mean,
this is getting
wait,
repetitive.
Yeah.
This is in general getting
Yes.
very, very, very
Right.
repetitive.
And I think the public
I'm-
wants to speak, so.
Yeah, so I want, like to ask you, what do you want out of this? Do you want a moratorium?
I want a moratorium because I don't want to every, week
We
see
know
a
why you
different
want it.
sign.
I didn't want to what you
Because it,
want.
and then honestly, I'd like the moratorium, and then whatever the town manager and the police chief and the town attorney want to do to come up with either some policies on implementing, if they're going to put in new devices, new signs, write up a procedure as to the minimum requirements of, like, here's what we'll do. Here's the reasons why we'll provide these records. And I mean, I want them to come up with a package that says we're going to do one. This is what we will provide and we will do. And if they have to amend the code, then they're going to have to come up with a provision that fixes that traffic engineer. And in the meantime, if for whatever reason they really feel like they need to put some new traffic sign in, they just bring it to the commission until we get new policies written. So that's what I want.
Okay, I'd like to say something. First, I want to go back to the way at the beginning of this whole thing, Robert's Rules of Order from our attorney, talking about each person just talking one time about this thing before we go to public comment, and we can get through this, I think, a lot faster. But just to put it out there, I think that I 100% believe that no one up here should be making a decision about where a stop sign goes. None of us are qualified for that. But I also 100% believe that we need the procedures to be corrected so that there's procedure followed to get there. Do we need a moratorium while that is rewritten? I don't know. But I don't think that if in a month the police chief thinks that there has to be a stop sign, or that he wants to remove a stop sign, that he should come to us and ask our permission. And so that's why the moratorium is, I don't know, if there's an emergency, if the hurricane comes in 2 weeks and he has to put up something, then what happens? He has to come to us. We have to have emergency meeting for him to put up some traffic device.
No, it
let me
provides for.
finish. So I think that putting a moratorium up without a bunch of exceptions to it is a dangerous thing to do. Yeah, so those are my points. 100%, we should not be deciding up here. We hire people that have those professions to make those decisions. But yes, the procedure needs to be fixed.
It specifically provides for for emergencies. If there's an emergency situation.
But you're putting a moratorium on it.
No, but even my own write-up says if there's an emergency, they can deal with an emergency. So they do whatever they have to do without having to come to us in an emergency. And then when the emergency subsides, they can come to us. I mean, like, if you read it, that's what it says, so. And there's always an exception in emergencies. In an emergency, the police chief and the manager have authority to do whatever they have to do in an emergency, an emergency. I mean, so, these are not emergent, like, putting the extensions on the stop sign, or on the speed bumps, and then putting the poles up, and then the new flashing signs, like,
Okay.
those weren't emergencies. They just never came to anybody. I mean.
We've
so-
discussed at length. We're getting
Public
repetitive.
comment.
Let's please
Yes.
hear from the public who waited this long to be here.
Yes, please, come on up.
You're right, we do pay you guys salary. So what happens is, you guys put in a bump, okay, then you put in another bump to extend that bump. What safety issue did that address? Okay, people were going around it, okay?
Next item.
If I'm going slow enough to go around it, I'm going to see the stop sign, and I'm going to stop. And if I don't, that's your job to give me a ticket. Not the bump, not the flashing light. The stop sign, I don't have an issue with. And then, to prevent us from going around, you put up poles. Now, how is that safety when you're putting up poles? if I'm going slow enough, once again, to go around it, I'm going slow enough that I'm not gonna hit anybody.
Well,
So putting up the poles, and I've heard we bought 100 poles for anybody, no?
No.
Okay. For anybody that knocks them over. That's why I'm here, to get the right information. So, to me, I hate to use this word, it's kind of like spite. I'm gonna get them, they're not gonna go around that bump. So, if it's for safety, all well and good, those poles are up there. But if you put the bump in to slow us down, why are the poles there? So, and again, it's tax dollars. We put in one bump, we put an extension. We lifted that up, now we have a new bump. Now we have poles. That's our money. Just like the stop signs on Riverside was our money. No rhyme and reason. I don't think I need to have a say in every decision, but when it's costing me my money, yes. And it's not that you're not wrong sometimes, but obviously we're wrong. Not you, but the whole procedure, that if it was wrong one time, can it be wrong again? And again, it's our tax dollars I'm talking about. Yes, I want it to be safe, but what were all this money spent on? I don't find that a safety issue. So since this isn't public speaking, or whatever that term is, do I get any answers, or do I, no?
So this one is the moratorium. The very next one is,
Oh,
I did both of these. I have no control over what order they put them in. So like logically, if I were doing it, I would have put the speed bump vote in first and then the moratorium after, but they flipped them around, which gave, a good opportunity to
Okay, for
make
the
a comment.
moratorium then,
Yeah.
I would like to say that I agree we should at least be informed. And I forgot to
Yeah.
say who I
Oh,
was.
yeah. Thank you, Ms. Waters. And come on up. And by the way, like this is also derived from, I have mayor's hours and I've been doing it every Tuesday and Thursday, 10 to 12. It's a lot of time. I
We all
talk to
know.
people.
We
People
know.
have been coming in and
It's on
so
your
it's not
webs-
me.
it's
They've
on
been
the
coming
website.
in and telling me
Haley,
this.
please,
Hey.
Please don't interrupt.
please, Haley.
Haley Conrad, 2011 Oak Street. I spent a lot of time fighting those stop signs, and I read the ordinance in great detail. I had no idea this was even on the agenda tonight, but I do not want to go back there, just like Commissioner Walker said. And quite honestly, removal of the requirement for a traffic engineer from our ordinance would be something I'd be 100% against. And it's no offense to your education. You're a highly educated police officer. You're not a highly educated engineer. And traffic engineering is regulated as an engineering practice in the state of Florida. So when you say there's a safety issue, that's probably true. But how do we know all those solutions all those things that were implemented on the next topic couldn't have been done in a more simple way if we had employed a traffic engineer to find out why are people running this particular stop sign? Does it meet the manual on uniform traffic safety? Why is it being run? No, not how do we keep them from running it? And those are two different logics of thought. I heard earlier, I think you brought it up, Mayor Dennington, that we have 2 engineers on retainer essentially with no contract. And I believe one of them is a civil engineer, traffic engineer.
They do have contracts. We voted on it last November.
And,
No,
okay,
they
For the
don't.
record,
not
you're
part of
wrong.
my point.
Yeah.
You said,
You're wrong.
but they are on some type of retainer. We use them. They have traffic engineering under their purview, correct? They have civil engineers. So no, I don't think we'd spend thousands of dollars to look at one intersection and say, why is this happening? If we are looking at an entire traffic study like we have talked about, because while we are a small town and we don't have 6-lane roads, we do have a huge influx and outflux of people every single day, both that live here and don't live here, and our traffic continues to grow and our infrastructure is not changing. So we do need to figure that out. But I would be 100% against taking out the word traffic engineer. It should be kept. Now, just like writing tickets or verbally giving warnings, there are shades of gray. You don't need a traffic study and a traffic engineer for every single thing in town. But when we get to the point of we've added 4 different things to try and figure out how to stop people, maybe that's the time where we say we need a study. The other point I'd like to make, and again, I haven't read it in a while, I took a little break, but it does say in our ordinance that the people impacted by those traffic signals are to be informed. So, for example, the Riverside Drive stop signs within, nobody on this panel knew, nobody in the neighborhood knew except the one person who complained knew that those stop signs were going in. So it does say that people impacted and businesses impacted by the traffic control devices are supposed to be informed, or by traffic changes. And that has not been happening. And if we don't take it to the commission, how do we have any say or recourse to come back and say, why are we doing this, and give us more answers? Don't just tell us it's being done, but can we know why? If it doesn't come before you, how do we know? And the last point I want to make, I'm trying to speak real fast, 15 seconds. Is that you guys sit up here and you say you're not engineers and you're not safety experts and blah, blah, blah. That doesn't mean you can't quality control. It doesn't mean you can't ask the hard questions so we understand if there really is a good reason behind this, if it meets the manual on traffic uniform safety, if it's going to cause air emissions. I think somebody brought up how many air emissions are created from every stop sign. So yeah, I do think that you have an important role, and I hate to see you sit back and say we're not going to micromanage means we're not even going to ask questions and do what you want.
Thank you. I could not have said it better myself. Thank you, Haley. I second that.
I third that.
Come on up.
Hi, y'all. This is fun. Doug Helms, 443 Riverview Lane. I've lived in the town for almost 14 years now, and Corey and other people around here know I'm one of the most prolific walkers in the neighborhood. We usually cover about 5 miles a day. My wife picks up trash all over the town, and we cover everything in this town, okay? A couple years ago, we were doing 18,000 steps. It was about 7.5 miles a day, okay, is what we do here. So we've seen this town over the years. We've seen where the safety issues are and where they're not. I can tell you there was a huge explosion of stop signs a couple years ago, completely unnecessary, okay? Where there are safety issues is usually crossing A1A, okay? Crossing A1A going to the beach, crossing A1A by Catalyst, crossing A1A at the top of the Golden Triangle. Those are really where the safety issues are. All these other stop signs were completely meaningless. It was to make it feel good. There was no traffic study that was done that said we needed more stop signs, okay? I am not in support of a moratorium because that will actually prevent us from removing those unnecessary speed bumps, which is the next item on there. What I'd like to do is just say, let's just enforce the things that we have. If it says we should go before the commission on this, let's have, if the police chief says, hey, we have a safety issue, and he can come up with the statistics to say, hey, these are how many accidents we had in this intersection, okay? This is how many children that, have almost been hit by cars, whatever it might be, okay? I think in the time I've been here, I think we've had 1 pedestrian death in the last 14 years, and that was on A1A crossing the beach, okay? So we can't improve upon 0, okay? We really can't improve upon 0. Putting more stop signs isn't gonna help. What we need to do is we need to have a process where people just can't willy-nilly put up stop signs, speed bumps, flashing lights, speed control devices, etc. All that should come before the commission. The police chief can suggest it. They can cite a traffic study of why it's necessary. That's what we need, okay? Thank you.
Oh, just a minute, because both of these are my items, the moratorium and the speed bumps, but I specifically put in the moratorium that the moratorium doesn't apply to my other item also on the same agenda, which is the discussion. So,
Very good.
Yeah, so we could still do the moratorium and exclude that. I put them together, but for whatever reason, they flipped them around, so the moratorium would be first and then the speed bump. I don't know if it was intentional or just lack of sort of thinking about it. But
That's fine,
I have no
as
control
long as
over
we
the
can,
I have no control over the order.
as long
They
as we
do
can
the
remove
order.
the unnecessary speed bumps, I'm very
So
happy.
you're in favor of the moratorium if it means we can also do
I would
the
just
other-
like to see us follow, if there's a process that's defined that says the commission should be approving this, let's do that.
Yes.
Okay? Let's not just put up speed bumps and stop signs and these short pound lights and the other unnecessary items that have popped up over the past 2 years willy-nilly. Let's make sure that goes before the commission and there's a public hearing before we add those things. It costs money. I look at that flashing light that's up there. That thing probably costs $1,000.
Yeah,
Okay,
and it just
that's
popped
my
up.
tax money.
Yeah.
Right, and it just seems like there's a lot of spending going on that's completely unnecessary. People say, "Oh, there's a sale on stop signs. Let's go put up some." Let's stop doing that.
Yeah, you can go broke on sale, as my husband says. So thank you very much. I think you're in favor of the moratorium. Any other public comment on the moratorium? Okay. So I think most of the public comment maybe is going to be on the speed bumps, the next one. But so can I make a motion, or is there other discussion, or do I have a motion? I mean, look, y'all, somebody made the point that they don't want to micromanage, and that you asked about other towns, but this is what I would say. Other towns probably haven't maybe had the same experiences that we have had. So just maybe if other towns don't do this, but maybe it's because in other towns they don't have a bunch of signs and different things pop up without it being explained or having a process. So it's a temporary thing in order for us to come up with some procedures to respect the public. That's, I mean, that is the whole point, so.
How long will it realistically take to address the procedure?
In order to actually draft up a procedure, I could have it to you by next meeting.
And then is it a to read twice type thing, because it's an ordinance, or?
Yeah, well, it would depend on what direction I get, if you want to try to amend the code, or if you're just looking for, in order to get some policies in place.
I mean, here's what, look, I would say at least give it a couple months, because look, if you're amending and creating a policy and you're doing it right in July, I mean, there's a lot of people who, parents and, you know, they're busy people are busy in the summer, they might actually want to know about what that policy is going to say. I mean, I wouldn't want to pass some super quick policy in July when people maybe can't be here, but I mean, I would agree to saying, okay, well, how about a 3-month moratorium, and that we'll work on it, and if we needed more time, we could extend it 3 more months, but what about 3 months? I mean,
So
that's a compromise.
You won't pass one thing, but you want to pass a moratorium that has to be legally written and costs money by our town attorney. It just seems like overly cumbersome. If we
No,
can,
actually, it
please
doesn't.
Don't interrupt. Point of order.
You asked a question.
No, you spoke more than anybody up here. My point is that our attorney has to spend time and money to draft a moratorium, because you're not an attorney and you cannot draft a legal moratorium that we're going to pass that has legal bearing. You cannot. Our town attorney has to do it. It would have to come back to us. If he's saying in 1 month you can have a policy for us to review, then I have absolutely zero interest in passing a moratorium.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to several points. Everything you said is absolutely incorrect. One, he doesn't have to write a moratorium. We vote on a moratorium, and that's the moratorium. Literally, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, because I need to correct the false statements and the mischaracterizations. So, please don't interrupt. We did it before. We did the vote on the second kitchen moratorium, and that was the moratorium. They put out a notice. You don't have to draft a moratorium. This is an internal thing. This is clear indication to the town manager and the police chief and public works for them they not to go out and put up. You won't see things pop up anymore, because if they did, they'd be violating the moratorium. It makes it clear, because I thought it was clear before. It's not. 2, he doesn't actually have to draft and change the ordinance at all. We could keep our town charter and code the same. There's 2 ways to change traffic things. You come to the commission, or you do the traffic engineer. We actually don't have to change the code, because that, yes, would be slightly more expensive. What we could do is we could say, okay, what we'll do is we'll write an internal policy, an administrative policy that says we'll leave the ordinance the way it is, because we don't want to spend that money. But if they want to come to the commission, this is what they will follow, and we will give them deference, but we'll have a minimum explanation that they will present publicly to the public at a meeting. I mean,
So you asked for a motion, and you didn't.
No,
like,
I needed no. I
you
needed
didn't
to
like
correct
silence.
I needed to correct the false statements
You
that
didn't
you
like
made.
the lack
No,
of
excuse
emotion,
me.
So you're trying to convince us. Stop. You've said it all. Let us. We're done.
So what if, I mean, there's a policy in place that says either you have to go to a traffic engineer, which we don't have, or you have to come to us, correct? That's the current policy. So
That's
what
the
if,
but it hasn't been followed.
okay, so what if with the new police chief, we get him to say right here on record that he will follow the procedure? Is that?
There you go.
Because that was said by the
That's
town
the best thing
manager
all night.
at a couple meetings before, that they wouldn't make
Okay.
any more changes
Chief,
without
are
coming
you
to
willing
us.
state
And
that
then
on
that,
record?
Can I just state that, look, I want to be a good team player too. We're not going to go out and put up signs behind anybody's back. We realize it's contentious. We realize that he has a job to do to try to add some things in. We won't put any more signs up, honestly. I mean, we don't really have to go this route, just an agreement from commission to us. We want to work together. We wanna work together.
That same statement
I can tell you
was made
that.
by the town manager
Stop.
at their meeting.
I'm here
So
right now.
the
You're
o- But here's the thing, you're
Point of order,
saying you'll agree,
repetition.
you're saying you'll agree to a moratorium without agreeing to a moratorium. It doesn't make any sense. Like,
You asked for a motion.
so they.
There is none.
There is no motion, so the
Dies.
other commissioners want your management to continue having authority to spend your
That's
tax
not what we're
money
saying. No,
and
no,
put up
point of
signs
order.
without ever coming to
Ally,
you.
grow
So
up.
we will go to the next
I'm
item.
sorry you're upset. You didn't get your motion, but grow
Mayor,
We will
Mayor,
go to the next item.
I know it's not an order, but allow me to share. The past practice has been the town manager designated
We
the
moved
police
on.
chief.
I mean.
No,
we're-
and you said there was
Yeah.
no, we followed that policy by the manager naming the police chief as our safety officer.
But it,
So we
but
did
you
that.
can't have, and the attorney can explain
Point
it
of
to you.
order, next
Mr.
topic. I'm just
Attorney,
saying,
no, no,
next- that
can
was-
you have a town internal policy that violates your ordinances?
That's the
And your
ordinance.
charter? Yes or no? Can you?
Short answer is no, but
Exactly.
there's also provisions in the town code that do allow it to be presented in front of the commission. However, there are certain factors that I don't really know how it could be presented to the town commission because of the factors and the requirements that would be necessary to do that. Because any decisions that you have to make a decision on have to be based on traffic volume, traffic speed, cost, effect on residents and property. So I don't understand, I don't really know how you could do that just from somebody coming up without having any of that information. So
Yeah.
that's also, that's the other requirement that's in the code. So, that might be something, there might be something to
Yeah.
put in there such as an emergency
Yeah.
or
I mean, here's the thing. Basically, we have
moving
on
on.
record that they are literally violating our charter and our code. They have been, and they're going to keep doing it. And I mean, like, that's where we are. Like, that's like, but because they're saying it's like, oh well, we can't comply with that, but we're just going to keep violating. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
Point of order, next
So,
item,
yeah.
new business, discussion on Ocean
moving
Ave
on.
speed bumps and stop signs, pages 148 to
You-
161.
I know. Just, I mean, whatever. It's fine. So
I
we're
know
moving
I'm
on
not.
to the speed bumps.
Can I ask, how did they violate our code? Like, how did they?
We're moving on.
We're moving on.
Come
we
shouldn't
moved
say
on.
these things when
Yeah.
they're not.
I mean, I don't.
You just say things
says
and
it
there's
all
no
the time, it's
proof,
fine.
and then everyone believes it. You shouldn't just say things
We're
like
moving
that.
on.
Don't
Only her
do that in my
followers-
ear.
We are moving on. Point of order. We've already moved on. I mean, like the people want to talk about the next item. They don't want to hear us
Marie,
fighting about
she
this.
owns a couple
So-
people that believe her. It's fine.
All right, next item
And they're all
is
here.
the discussion of, a citizen brought this to me, and I have had, I mean, people stop me on the street, they stop me walking the dog, they come into my mayor's hours, they say all kinds of things. They say they've heard all these rumors, they don't know why, the stop signs were put in originally. A lot of people are fine with the stop signs, the speed bumps have to go. The history is we didn't have those stop signs for a long time. So at a certain point, they put stop signs in. Well, whenever you have a stretch where their stop signs didn't exist and you have residents that have lived there a long time, sure, people are going to run them, probably because they didn't know about them. Plus, we had these tiny little brick walkways that weren't crosswalk painted. I will say the Public Works, that you guys did a great job painting them. You actually can see them now. But so this was brought to me by a citizen, which citizens are allowed to do. Go to a commissioner, bring an issue, ask them to sponsor it. I said I would. I'm sponsoring it, put it on the agenda to have a vote on this. They wanted a vote on both the speed bumps and the stop signs, so I'm sponsoring that. My personal opinion is the stop signs are good. I mean, and I wrote all the reasons why, but that the speed bumps damage people's cars on a daily basis. I mean, the wear and tear on your car over time, and they're unnecessary. So that's what I put on, a vote on each one of those. For whatever reason, the commission doesn't want to vote on those. My third would be put out a survey to the residents like we did on Riverside on the speed bumps and the stop signs. I think that it will be overwhelming, just like the Riverside stop signs, that most people want the speed bumps gone. That's my presentation. Who would like to speak?
I'm not in favor of any three of your options.
Okay.
And it increases the I will not let someone tell me who doesn't have kids crossing that crosswalk or friends who are members of that parish who feel unsafe crossing the only place to cross in town in a safe way for school is absolutely 100% selfish decision, and I will not be voting for any of your recommendations because they don't make sense, and they put our kids' safety at risk. And I have seen it, and the reason why those little barriers are there is because people don't follow the law, and they go into the pedestrian bike lane, and they can hit someone. And I'm sorry, you can't see what's coming from behind you 100% of the time. So no, I will not be voting to decrease the safety of our residents because people don't like to go over a small speed hump.
Okay.
And don't
Did
try and
someone-
convince me otherwise.
Someone else like to speak? I'm in favor of the stop signs. So that's my, but I'm calling a vote. That's what
I'd
I
like
want
to
to
hear
vote.
from our chief on what he thinks about the speed bumps and stop signs as a combination, if it's really effective or.
Thank you. And again, like I said to begin with, whatever we decide at the end, I'm good with. We'll roll the way that we roll. So when I first got here, the speed bumps and stop signs were already there. So I can't really say to begin with why it was there or why it wasn't there. All I know is from my experience in the 2 months and 19 days that I've been here, I've seen many occasions where people have tried to go around the speed bumps, going into the opposite lane of traffic, which is against the law, with other cars coming. I've seen people go in, try to go around the speed bumps into the bicycle lanes, leaving their lane of traffic, which is against the law. Also a safety issue. In the past couple years, we've had 86 citations from that intersection alone. I can't tell you how many stops. I wish I could. I know. But the only reason why I can't tell you that is because, for instance, if somebody runs that stop sign and a police officer sees them, they get behind them and they stop them at B and Riverside. That's where that traffic stop is stamped. So that location is stamped there. So unless they run the stop sign there and they stop right there, it's kind of hard for me to do that. I wish I could, but I can't. However, 86 traffic citations in the past couple of years is a pretty high number. Here's what I will say. Again, it comes down to I don't want anything either. I want people to obey the law. I want people to be safe. I want people to be able to cross the crosswalk, to ride their bike by, to drive down and not have to worry about someone coming in front of them, not stopping at the stop sign, whatever the case may be. Those white poles, I realize that that's probably the tipping point for this. As soon as we put those white poles in, we had 0 infractions at that intersection. 0. So that's the proof for me is in the butter. It's there. We had 0 infractions. That's not to say that people aren't doing it, because if you've seen the sign or those little poles, they have little black marks on them. I'm sure at 2 o'clock in the morning, people are running them over. There's nothing that we can do about that unless we see it, right? But I can tell you that the amount of people that are abiding by that intersection right now, because of what's there, is almost every single person. And that to me is safety. Because I sat right there, I told my boss I was gonna go out there and she about killed me. I sat right there for 4 hours one day and I had 19 people using that crosswalk. 19 people, whether if it's a bike or on foot or a car, no, not a car, but a bike or on foot, 19 people use that crosswalk in 4 hours during the week, not even on a weekend. So I can't sit there for 24 hours. I can't tell you that, that there's 65 people that walk through that intersection a day, and an engineering study isn't going to tell you that either. But what I can tell you is that since those implementations have been put in, there's been 0 infractions. And it's not because my officers aren't stopping them. They're not violating the law. They're staying in their lane. They're stopping at the stop sign, and that intersection is becoming safe. Some people say that, it's only there for the kids in the morning. No, it's not. That many people came through in 4 hours. School's out right now. People are using that to get to the park, to get to the Exxon, to get to the beach, to just go walking the how many ever miles he walks a day. So a lot of people use it, and it's safe. If we want to take those away, I understand that, and we will continue to write citations there. That's part of it too. I don't want to write tickets to our citizens. I don't want to sit there and write tickets because people are going around them. Or people are violating and running the stops. I don't want to do that. What we have right now there, it may not look fantastic, and I understand that, but it's working. Working.
Thank you.
So on that though, a speed bump before a stop sign, we don't have it anywhere else in the town, right? Where that and so I understood the premise, the thought of, hey, we're putting up new stop signs. Let's put some rumble strips. Let's put something there to get people to realize, hey, there's new stop sign, right? We put a flashing light. We did all that. But the thought that forever there will be a speed bump in front of a stop sign, which everyone that drives in America knows you stop at a stop sign, and it's not a new stop sign anymore. That's the part that I'm having a trouble with. I have no problem with the stop sign. It's a
Right.
busy intersection, but this thought of putting this speed bump there forever, because that part befuddles me.
And I can't answer right or wrong to that, but here's what I can say, is that I think that the speed bump slows cars down enough to go over the speed bump that they say, I might as well stop at the freaking stop sign. That's what I think.
You make a good point, but I think it's important to note that we did have a traffic count done, and on any given weekend, there's 40,000 cars coming through the town. That includes Riverside and A1A. So yes, residents may get used to it, but yes, residents may get used to it, but a majority of those coming through the town are not residents, a large majority. And I was here when the speed humps were put in. It was because people were blowing through the stop signs at a school crossing. I mean, that is literally ridiculous. So to me, I don't care if it doesn't look great. I don't care if you don't like the little hump. I care that you have 0 citations, meaning 100% of people are not going to hit my kids crossing the crosswalk or anybody else's kids. And there's no argument against that, in my opinion. The data, it's a data-driven decision. You have had 0 infractions since you made the change. Why change it back for what I would think selfish reasons?
I mean, what I'd like to know is, so you had 322 stops, you only wrote 96 tickets, and 18 written warnings, and there were 200 people that got let go with no ticket and no warning. Like, maybe not like writing the warnings and writing the tickets actually, you know, like lets us know that you care about safety. Because what I hear is it's disingenuous in a way. It's like, you know, saying we care about safety, we care about safety, we care about safety, but like greater than 50% of the traffic stops are let go with a verbal warning and no written warning or ticket. So, and we don't even know data on which ones were, you know, of those over 200 where there was nothing. You can't tell me where and what those were.
Let me just comment on that real quick. First of all, the amount of work that the officers are doing are quadrupled from over the last 2.5 months. So there is no question that they're out there stopping people, educating people, because that's what we want. We want to change behavior, right? Whether if it's stopping them, giving them a written warning, or giving them a citation, we want a change of behavior. Secondly, I've told you this many times, it's officer discretion. I cannot tell an officer to write a ticket. I cannot tell that officer, you must write 80% tickets. I cannot tell an officer.
A written warning, though. Can you tell them to write?
I'm not going to tell an officer what to do on a traffic stop.
That's a question. Can you? Can you tell them? I know I can't tell you, and I'm not going to tell you to write a ticket. But if you stop them for a traffic infraction and you exercise discretion and decide not to write a ticket, I do want you to write a written warning. That's a policy. Legally, can you do that? And if not, why? Like, if you don't want to do it, why? Like, what is the, I don't want to make them, because you're letting them, it's just a written warning. I don't understand that.
It comes back to discretion. As far as whether if they can be forced to write a warning, I would have to get back to you. I've never had anybody make somebody write warnings. So I will have to look, because I've never heard of that in my life, to be honest with you. Because it's just well respected and known that the officers have discretion, period. I can't tell them to write tickets.
I mean, if it's being thrown at me that like this discussion, I don't care about safety, which some people are inferring, it's like, okay, but then if we're going to talk about safety, then let's also talk about the other sort of issues. That's my point. All right.
Can I add something to that? As a pedestrian that cycles well over 100 miles a week,
Are you speaking as a public comment or as an official right now?
I'm speaking as public comment.
Is that allowed? Does he speak as public comment from right there?
As an official.
Okay, speaking as an official, I actually keep my road bike in my office. I bike thousands of miles down A1A, and the scariest point for me is this intersection right here. And when they go around the speed bumps, I've had them run me into the grass because they don't see me come up behind them, and I'm stopping at the stop sign, to where I've had to hit the window with my hand to keep from being run over. So the little posts that keep them from going around into the bike lane is very effective, and I'm very grateful, and thank you.
I mean, the scariest thing for me is every A1A turn that I turn off where the hedges are pushed all the way up to the front and you can't see around and you got to like creep out, or the giant FPL poles that got put in right on A1A. Those are scary to me.
So I do have a question. We used to have the rumble strips and we took them away because the lady who owns the Parrot House complained about the noise. Did the rumble strips, would rumble strips help rather than have the speed bump there?
It's my understanding, again, that was before my time, but
Yeah,
it's
I
my
know.
understanding that the rumble strips were taken off because of the noise.
Yeah.
So the people that lived around there,
Oh.
it was a
Yeah,
lot
no,
louder than
I
going
was
over
part
one
of
speed
that.
bump. And for the record, I did try to go talk to some people around there the last 3 days. I went to the apartments 3 times. I went to the church twice. I went to the post office today, and they're closed.
Yeah.
So I've been very unsuccessful to going around. I apologize. I did say I would try to do that. But I will continue to try to do that before I'm done here, to make sure I get somebody to tell me in that intersection how they're affected.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from the public.
Yeah, I would too. So we're gonna open it up to the public on the speed bump. Should we take a vote on speed bumps, on stop signs, or on a survey? That's,
Or none of the
Yeah.
above.
Haley Conrad, 2011 Oak Street. I have a bad reputation about stop signs. I fully agree that that stop sign is necessary. What I can't believe is nobody's asking, why don't people stop at it? That is the biggest question here. And so, yeah, you can throw a whole bunch of things at it and make people stay between the lines. That's fine. It's a solution. It's working. But is it the right solution? Is it the simplest solution? I think is what everybody's asking. And quite honestly, you guys travel a lot. You talk a lot about what other towns are doing. We're copying what Indy Atlantic and Satellite Beach do for lifeguards. Have you ever seen a stop sign with a speed bump in front of it? Or have you ever seen a stop sign with a speed bump and white posts in front of it?
and a sign flashing.
Have we looked at if it's the right height? Have we looked at the sight distance is appropriate? Have we looked at the fact that these are newer types of stop signs and the white edge is not the dominant edge? There's a black edge around the white. The white is required by the state, the black is not. So there's a lot of things that we could be looking at that nobody cares to look at, and that's what frustrates me. I told you, I've gotten used to going through them. I giggle every time I go through because I'm like, look at this solution that we've come up with as a town when in every other part of America, stop signs work. And I don't understand that. You say everybody's from out of town, it's the out-of-towners running them. They're still, most of them, from the U.S. They still know what a stop sign means. So why are they running these particular stop signs? That's the question we should be asking and trying to figure out.
And I don't disagree with you, but I don't think it's justification to change what's currently working. I'm not opposed to revisiting it and finding a better solution, but to take out something that is factually 100% working based on our chief's personal experience would be a disservice to our citizen safety.
Well,
Agreed, but you can be studying it while they
Yeah,
remain.
absolutely.
But again, no other stop sign has this combination
I'm not gonna
of
put a-
accoutrement.
Right, I agree with you. It's not a reason to take them out or make a change right now, but I agree, we should revisit it. And we already authorized town manager to have a traffic engineer look at the whole town traffic safety.
No, we didn't. We authorized her
Couple
to
months
schedule a workshop to do that. That's what we authorized her. We didn't authorize her to hire anybody. We authorized her to schedule a
To
workshop.
proceed with getting proposals from traffic engineers to survey the whole town.
And have we made progress on that?
Town manager?
Yeah.
So in the meantime, we could just see if we can get the one looked at. And it doesn't even have to be by, a professional engineer. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, it's a smaller intersection. But let's get out the manual for uniform traffic safety and make sure we meet all the points on it and say, oops, it's 6 inches short, let's raise it up. Or oops, there's an oak tree limb in the way and you can't see it from the proper distance away. And I don't think anybody has looked at that and gone through it in an itemized way to say, is there a reason that this particular stop sign gets run?
I think it's a
Thank
good
you.
point, yeah.
So I can address part of that. In the beginning, when we put this, it became a four-way stop, people that were driving east to west complained that the sun was in their eyes and they couldn't see the stop sign and so they couldn't stop. Or that it was dark at night and they didn't see the stop signs because they were new. And that's why we went to the rumble strips to alert people that there's something coming. And what we found was, even when we did that, then people just decided that they were gonna run it anyway. As evidenced by the tickets that had to be written and the attitudes of the people that lived in the town that received the tickets that didn't feel that they should be getting a ticket for running the stop sign because they lived here. So I don't know how you change that attitude, that they can, because they live here, they can run the stop signs? I don't know. But that was initially how it started because people were complaining that they couldn't, they weren't aware that the stop signs were there. So we put the rumble strips in, they complained, we put the speed bumps in to slow them down so that they could see the stop signs. There was still a problem, so we reactivated the lights, so at night, the lights would flash so they could see, because that way we kept being told we can't see this. So we kept trying to make it visible to people, and then most recently, just the people being run off the road, with those posts. But that's kind of how it began. Because our crossing guards, crossing those students, they were almost hit many times.
Yes, I've
To
personally
the point
witnessed
where
it.
it was, that's why we had a crossing guard and an officer out there when the students were crossing, because the people driving didn't care.
Intentionally ran the stop signs because
Yeah.
they disagreed with them.
So it's
Yeah,
just.
so
it
you're
was-
interrupting her, though.
No, it's
I'm
just a
adding to
series
it.
of
I was there
events.
for
I'd like
it.
to add to it, though. then.
You weren't there, so.
But I've lived here for several
You're
years, so.
interrupted. Go ahead, tell me.
Okay, so I would like to respond, though. Thank you. The stop signs have not been there forever. They are fairly new. This is the problem, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted the moratorium, but that when things get put in and we don't know about it and we don't know the reason and there's not any documented basis, then there's a complaint or discussion afterwards. Well, you can't go back and get one, you're already sunk your cost, but two, it's like, well, now your data is skewed in terms of like the issue you were trying to solve, unless you take them out. So, and all I keep hearing is the crossing guard said, people are almost hit many times, and people are always running. These are all just vague statements with no data. You're using almost hit many times, but where's the data? If it's true, it would just be so easy for you. I mean, what's the crazy emergency? It's like you have an issue that you're noticing, you go, okay, you know what, let's bring this before the agenda. It's like the very next month, and you go, okay, we've been tracking this. Here's our data. Here's what we want to do. I mean,
The moratorium failed. We're
like
talking about
instead
stop
of
signs.
just using but that's the point. Like,
Going backwards.
Mayor,
all
may
of
I-
these different things, but it's not done because they keep trying all these different things. It's like throwing everything at it to see what works, and it's like,
It's working based on our chief's statement.
Mayor, may I add something?
yes.
So I am one of the crossing guards that did work that intersection, and I did almost get hit. And that was before the rumble strips. I was the crossing guard before the stop signs and also after.
Was it right when the
I-
signs went in,
No.
or
Stop
how?
interrupting everybody.
For probably almost 2 years, I was still the crossing guard, and I did, there isn't a formal report of saying I was almost hit because I'm doing crossing guard duties.
Yeah.
But when I came in, I would mention, hey, there's vehicles still running the stop signs. And I've even had residents pull over and tell me they did not see the blinking lights because the sun blinded them. I had residents pull over and tell me that they didn't see the stop sign because it was blinding. And they've actually stopped and apologized to
But
me because
again,
I've
all of this could be documented. You could mention that.
Please
All
let
of
her
it could be
finish.
brought. We need. I
Stop.
mean, yeah, but here's
No,
the thing.
stop.
None of
She's
it's
talking.
verifiable. Yeah,
Okay.
but none of it is
You're
verifiable. It's just.
disrespecting. You
it is-
disrespect everybody in this room.
It
Let
is
her
just.
finish.
It is just statements, but none of it's documented. None of it's verifiable. All I'm asking for is, if
my
that's the
God.
truth, going forward,
You're off the rails right now.
document it.
She was almost hit. No, she wasn't hit and she didn't die. That was
And, but she never told. They made a report.
She can't prove it because it wasn't recorded.
No, but if you're the crossing guard and people are almost getting hit all the time, I would think, and you work for the town,
Oh
you would
my
actually
God.
document that, and there'd be a record of
Document everything. Just keep a recorder on you.
it. And then you could come and tell people.
All right,
this
let's
is the
get
reason
public
why.
comment. You're repetitive. This is a total waste of time.
Doug Helms, 443 Riverview Lane. I just want to say I agree with the first speaker that came up here. She had some very good points. I don't think that building walls and barriers and other instruments like this is really helping the situation. There should have been a study that was done and said, hey, what do we need here? I agree that there should be a stop sign. There's no doubt at all. It actually makes that intersection safer, okay? And again, that's a person who crosses that walk almost daily, okay? But I don't think that the speed bump's necessary. I don't think the poles are necessary. I do think that we should be taking a look at whether or not that stop sign is truly visible. If there's an issue with the sun either rising or setting, let's address that through the right reflective properties on the stop sign and things like that. But quite frankly, what we have out there is blight right now. It's not doing any good. And the reality is that people around here, we saw this with the Wawa, okay, that was up on 192 and US 1. When it was 2 right-hand lanes, people still went straight because people said, I disagree with that, okay? And that's what you're getting right now. You're getting people that disagree with that eyesore. It's a big reaction to all the unnecessary stop signs that went up around the town. People are pissed, okay? And, I think that people voted very clearly in the last time we said, hey, let's have a referendum about the stop signs. And guess what? What was it, 70%? And that actually mirrored what was on social media. Pay attention to social media. That's what it's saying. It's saying remove the things, okay? But let's listen to the first speaker and do the right thing and figure out how to make the stop signs visible so people do stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Doug.
I agree.
Hi, my name is Joe Pavlock, 501 3rd Avenue in Melbourne Beach. I'm a retired traffic sergeant from Montgomery County, Maryland. Did it for 22 years. And it was part of my responsibilities to investigate. I was an accident reconstructionist, I was a traffic supervisor. And part of traffic, you do a lot of selective enforcement. You're writing 50 tickets a day. I also worked with our county roads department, and I worked with the surveyors and designs for what to do in certain areas where we're having issues. My notes are all over the place, I'm sorry. What I'm doing is I'm respectively requesting that we put out a survey to all the townspeople about removing the speed bumps in the poles. That's number one. And then a second one on top of that would be to remove the stop signs on Ocean Avenues with the condition that we reduce the lane widths on Ocean Avenue. That is your problem. The lanes right now are about 14 feet wide. As you come down that road, if you're a visitor, you don't expect the stop sign to be on that road at all. You need to narrow the lanes, and it's a proven fact study that narrower lanes slow down speeds. But you can take those down to 10 feet. But that's my first thing, is to send out a survey to, 1, remove the speed bumps in the poles, and 2, remove the stop signs on Ocean Avenue with the provision that Ocean Avenue lanes get narrowed from 14 to 10 feet. It's already been talked about, prior to about 6 or 7 years ago, we never had the stop signs on Ocean Avenue. Just didn't have it. Because the traffic was going back and forth so much, it was an issue. I have never heard that we've had any statistics or a traffic survey done prior to those stop signs. And hearing from Chief Xander Knight, this is the first time I've heard anything about any traffic tickets being issued for that stop sign for that intersection. My only question to the chief would be, does he have any idea if those stop sign violations were violated on Pine or were they violated on Ocean?
It's impossible to tell because they say the intersection is Pine and Ocean. So it's
So they don't put on there, okay, that's fine.
Pine stop sign or the Ocean
That's
stop
fine.
sign.
Could they start?
Well, they can do whatever we ask them
Yeah.
to do.
Well,
I
if
just
it-
think
yeah.
that the more we ask them to document, it's gonna take an hour for a traffic stop rather than just.
I don't know.
But it's data.
Back in my day, everything was a paper ticket. They're all computerized now, so I don't know how they would enter that information. Maybe they can, I don't know. And when the first stop signs, when they first went up, everyone assumed that was for the school kids crossing. And then people started saying, well, we have a crossing guard, and when the crossing guard's not there, the officer's there. So why do we need the stop sign? Why do we need to have both? And someone says, well, why don't we just get rid of the crossing guard or the off-duty police officer? Why don't they do that? We've got a stop sign there. So these are just things that people talk about, and you all need to be aware of.
Your time is up. This is Mr. Pavlik. He's the one that came and asked me to sponsor this. So if it's okay, I'd like to give him 30 more seconds because this is his,
I don't really need too much more, but I made diagrams, and if you all don't have it, I'll be more than glad to email it to you all so you have it, a copy of it.
Yeah. I mean, here's what I think. when it comes to technical things like that, I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable, one, asking people about lowering the lanes or making, because that's kind of a drastic change in my mind that should be made under much reflection and discussion and with a traffic engineer. I mean, for me, I'd be comfortable with putting a survey out that said, you know, the speed bumps and the stop signs, just those two issues, you know, and then going from there. I personally, again, I'm for the stop signs there, but I'm against the speed bumps. And then, but I think that all of these traffic issues will just keep coming up if things pop up, and having a better process and being open with the public in the future will be better, but I don't understand the
I'm not
reluctance.
going either way of keeping the stop sign or getting rid of the stop sign. But I think you need to get rid of the speed bumps, and I think you need to it's just paint. You need to restrict that lane. You gotta close it down, or else you're gonna have people traveling a little bit faster and not observe the stop sign because they don't expect it on that wide of a lane road.
But see, again, like, for me, that reducing the size of the lanes, that's something that we would want a traffic engineer, you know, they would say, if we're gonna spend the money, I would want an opinion saying it was actually gonna work.
It's proven.
But taking out the speed bumps, I think is not I mean, they put them in, you know, it's not a drastic change. And then we could go from there, going forward, if there was, we could do the study, we could have the data, we could back it up, we could figure out what works.
And the last thing is about the stop signs in the town. Unless they've changed standards, more than 75% of them are illegal. They have to be a certain height.
Yeah, they're low, some of them, it does seem.
I think back in my day, it was 8 feet.
It's 7, and
It's 7 now.
municipalities have, as of 2023, chapter 316.006, says that we can do pretty much what we want to.
So we can put in short stop signs that people, I mean, like somebody said that maybe they're not tall enough, maybe that's the issue. You know?
Well, we stay at the 7, and there also, we went to 30-inch, which is MUTCD,
Yeah.
and you're familiar with
I mean, honestly, in the crosswalk, like you talked about the crosswalk, they literally just got painted last week. I mean, so no wonder people don't, like, they can't, the crosswalk wasn't painted. I mean, so.
It was painted red, they just added the white.
Yeah, but you can't see that tiny, you could never see that tiny red. I mean, everyone knows a crosswalk is a white striped area. We haven't had that.
That only happened a few years ago.
We haven't had that, and it's, you know, so.
That just happened.
So-
But anyway.
Okay.
Yeah,
But we
have
you,
more
Joe.
public
We do.
comment? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank
Yeah.
you.
And can I just say one thing for the record? I know that Mr. Pavlik had made some comments on social media that he had an excellent meeting with the chief of police, and that the chief of police does report up to me, as do all town employees, but that I support the decisions made by law enforcement. I do not supersede their decisions because I am not the authority. I rely on the chief of police to make the decisions, and I have to support that. So I just wanted that to be clear, that I don't override the
So it was his
chief of
decision then, is that
police.
what, so you're saying that, okay, because see, that's the other thing, is that people ask, and I'm like, I don't know, because no one tells me, I don't know who makes the decision. So at least one, you know, so whatever the new changes, those were your decision, Mr. Zander, Chief Zander, okay. And then I would assume then the ones before, then you're saying would have been Ms. Griffin. So I mean, that's, again, another question people ask, but because we don't ever have a meeting about it and a specific, you know, discussion, they don't know the answer, so.
So there was just
Thank you,
clarifying.
yeah. All right, is there any more public comment?
Comment here. So if I understand, Tim Reed, 302 4th Avenue. So if I understand correctly, we're eventually going to be repaving Riverside Drive, and my understanding is it comes around the corner by the pier and it'll come all the way back up here to Pine. Is that correct?
No.
No,
We
it's
are
not.
getting no,
That's what it shows in the drawings that was provided.
we're actually getting a quote for that second piece. It didn't, the original quote only went to the curb.
Right, well, then my point was then, if that is the case, that we're doing that, then those are probably gonna have to all come out anyways. And it's an opportunity for when we redo it and stripe it to do something more effective. But I mean, so at this point, it's coming out for that construction effort if you do that.
If it's in the budget.
Yeah. And if at that point, I mean, if we didn't vote to take them out, and I would vote to have a survey, but if I don't have the votes, it won't happen. But if they came out then, it would at least give us a clean opportunity to say, okay, wait, before we put them back in, let's give it a month to get some data. So that's all I'm wanting is data and being able to explain to residents why. So.
Bill Gowdy, 215 Adams Avenue. I'm in favor of the stop signs, but I am not in favor of the speed bumps and the tolls. It's ridiculous. I've never seen it anywhere else. It's an enforcement. I think we should be documenting and enforcing and addressing it that way.
Any more comment? No? So, I mean, I know it's gonna die, but I wanna make the motion anyway, so I'm gonna pass the gavel. Do I pass it? I'd like to make a motion, take a vote to take out the speed bumps. Can I get a second?
I second that.
Okay, we got a motion to take out the speed bumps and a second. All in favor, say aye.
But you passed the gavel,
Oh,
I'm
wait.
supposed to say that.
Oh, sorry, okay, you go ahead. Sorry, I know you're
It's okay.
dying to.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any She's the mayor now. All those opposed, say nay. Nay.
Oh, okay. Huh? Well, all right. Yeah, so that was, oh, wow, that shocked me. Okay, all right. So, I'm sorry, that shocked me. Okay. So that passed 3-2. Yeah, okay.
I love the fact that they stop the traffic, but I hate the poles. I actually think they're ugly. I'm trying to make Ocean Avenue pretty.
Yeah.
I'd like.
Yes. I appreciate you explain me too.
And the speed bumps.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the poles. I don't, the rumble strips would have worked. I just want to make that clear. I never liked the poles. I think the speed bumps really. I want to make this place pretty.
Thank you, Commissioner
So, yes,
Walker.
I know you're shocked at me, Mayor Dennington. but
I'm
I
sorry.
do think I am.
I think you're a very smart lady is what I think. I think you're a very smart, nice lady. So that was 3-1. The speed bumps will be removed. Okay, so because I was requested, I'm going to make the motion. I would vote against it because I am in favor of the stop signs, but we'll have a record at least of it. So do I do that, Mr. Knight? I mean, if I'm going to vote against something, it does seem weird, but so, or I just wouldn't, or.
So,
How does
say
that-
it again now.
So somebody asked me to put these on. I personally am not in favor of removing the stop signs, but to get a vote on it, I mean, it just seems weird. But
I don't understand the question.
could you make a
I don't understand the
motion
question.
for something and then vote against it? But because a citizen asked me to sponsor that on the, does that make sense?
It was multiple,
yeah.
you presented options,
If
you
you
picked
were
an
going
option.
to
Yeah.
vote against it, I don't understand.
Yeah,
why you would
okay, all right, so then I
move it
don't
forward.
plan to make a motion, if somebody else wanted to, but I am in favor of the stop signs. So, okay, so.
Yeah, you already said that.
All right, so then we will move on. Okay. Consideration of creating a municipal citizens academy. This was at the very beginning of the meeting. Vice Mayor Corey requested and made a motion to have this moved for a workshop. So there's going to actually be a workshop. We're scheduling it. We already have the date. And it will be on creating municipal citizens academy as well as the Citizens Advisory Board, which I proposed a few months ago and didn't make it through. So we'll have a workshop on that, August 7th. So we will move on. The next one is consideration of changing the rank of lieutenant to deputy chief with the police department. Commissioner Zander, or Police Chief Zander. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I wrote something, so allow me to read it just so I don't forget anything, but it's just a paragraph. I'm asking to change our position from within the police department, our second rank position from lieutenant to deputy chief, and here's why. Making the transition from a lieutenant position to a deputy chief position aligns our agency with the standards practices observed by other law enforcement agencies across the state and within the county. This adjustment not only streamlines our organization structure, but also enhances our ability to collaborate and coordinate effectively with other agencies during joint operations and initiatives. Moreover, it elevates the perception of our agency within our community and the law enforcement community by signaling the commitment to professionalism and to adherence to industry standards. The title of deputy chief carries a higher level of authority and responsibility, which not only reflects positively on our agency internally, but also commands greater respect and confidence from the public that we serve and other agencies surrounding us. By embracing this change, we demonstrate our dedication and excellence in law enforcement and reinforce our position as a leader among our peers. However, this change, all it does is it just changes the actual rank of my second in command in the police department. So my second in command right now is a lieutenant. Countywide, 10 of the 12 agencies in the county, their second in command is a deputy chief. It carries more weight with that title, so when he is filling in for meetings and he's attending other things in the law enforcement community, I think it carries more weight and it brings more respect, I'll say, to the Melbourne Beach Police Department. This does not change a single thing for that position other than the title. So there is no pay increase with it. There is no increase in job responsibilities. It's not changing his schedule. It's not doing anything but solely changing the rank of that position, and that's it. The one thing I did want to add in there is I did want to add that you have to have a 2-year degree or 60 credit hours within a year of obtaining the position. I think that's important in a law enforcement organization these days, that your higher ups get educated. I think it's important to the officers that we work with every day, that they see that we're trying to better ourselves and we're trying to get as smart and as educated and gain as much experience as we possibly can. So that is the only change to the thing, is that we're changing the requirement for college. Outside of that, there's zero changes. It doesn't have any change for costs, responsibility, or anything.
Okay, so, but there is a change, because you said that there's no change, but there is a change, because there's the requirement, education requirement. But it says in here more responsibilities, like it literally specifically says more responsibilities. So, and it's like you're saying it's just a title. It's like a fluff title. It sounds better, but there's no change whatsoever. And we are a small town. We just hired you. You're the chief. I get why there's a bigger towns that'll have a deputy chief, because there's a lot more stuff going on. If you're on vacation or something, we would appoint somebody, there would be somebody who would be the chief in your absence. But you're not saying there's, too many chiefs, not of Indians. If there's, I got today that, your job description, a lot of these things are the same. So you both would be responsible for supervising subordinates, but then it's like, okay, you need to have one person responsible for subordinate. You both would be responsible for writing administrative policies and procedures. That's what both of them say. I've been in office for 6 months, and I've requested for 6 months the town police's policies and procedures before you were here, because there was an issue with the former. But since you've been here, and I still haven't gotten them, but there's 2 people that will be, it doesn't make sense to me. And I also feel it is a lead up to a raise. So that's my opinion. So I'm against it. I'm just at least against it for now. I feel like we have a lot of other things going on. We've got budget stuff. If it's just a title only, then we can always do it later if it's really necessary. But it just seems way too early for me to be coming in as a brand new police chief and proposing a new title that sounds, it's just it. Yeah, so that's my opinion.
So I talked to you about this, and I completely understand the perception of a lieutenant going to a meeting instead of a deputy chief, right? And meeting with other chiefs and deputy chiefs as a title. My concern is on the finance side and on what the implications are down the road. And I know you say now that there's not any dollars that are going to be different. If the current lieutenant becomes deputy chief, and when he leaves, and we have to hire a deputy chief, what is that cost going to be? Like, how much more is that person going to demand to be a deputy chief? I think that a demand for someone to fill a lieutenant position is going to be one level, and a salary demand for someone to fill a deputy chief is going to be a completely different level. So that's one of my concerns. The other one is more a question. Currently, as a lieutenant, when you're not here, if you're on vacation, he has some level of authority, I'm guessing. If he's a deputy chief and you're not here, is there additional authority that he then would have because it's a deputy chief? I mean, I think that there's, my thought, and I could be totally wrong, is that there's some additional authority because it's a deputy chief. So those are my two things.
Internally, no. There's no additional authority. Whether if he's a lieutenant or a deputy chief, he's filling in for me. As far as the future raises, I can tell you, I know some don't like words, they like actions. I can see that, but you know, there's no intentions of doing that. Of course, I know it's just my word. I've only been here 2 months and 19 days, I think I said again. But at the end of the day, it's been historical that every time somebody gets a raise within the police department, it's typically only a 5% raise. And that would be any position going up and down the ranks. And what it would cost for a deputy chief if we hire from out, I think we would determine that as well. Not only would we determine that, it would be my goal to try to hire from within anyway. That's what I would like to do. So we need to do a better job mentoring our people, getting our people to where they need to be, so that when the person that is in that position right now moves on, retires, whatever, that we can go from within and bring the next person up. Which, if that is the case, and that's what we're able to do, historically, it's a 5% raise. So, did that answer all your questions or no? Which one did I leave out?
No, it did. It answered my questions. It didn't put me completely at ease about it. I'm just trying to think of like a comparison to industry where I'm at, right? And if you have a vice president position, deputy chief, right, compared to a director, let's say, right? There's just the demand, the expectation for that is more money. And so I worry that, not in this year's budget, but in next year's budget, there would be a big jump. And I believe your word, I do. I hope that you'll be here for the 10 years that you say you'll be here. But if you're not, I think
it's 20.
20. But if you're not, then I think I worry at what it leads to. That's where I'm at.
So we had this exact same issue within the Office of Admission at Florida Tech, where all of our employees had the title of admissions counselors. And some of us would actually have to go in to talk to people at embassies in DC, whatever, and that title did not work. So we did do a whole restructuring without changing pay. We added senior territory managers, we added assistant directors, associate directors, and then directors. So there was some kind of a hierarchy. We actually never did raise salaries, and people were actually really happy to have that title because it gave them a sense of, okay, I'm a bit more important, as silly as that sounds. It also opened a lot of doors for us. And I'm an example because I would go to embassies in DC, they would never let me in as an admissions counselor. The moment they made me an associate director, it was just a title. All of a sudden, I was an important person years ago. So I kind of see that, and I also see what it did for our employees in the long run. It gave them a sense of, okay, I'm not getting paid much, but look at me, I've got this title. So I like what you're doing. I think you're kind of doing the right thing for morale, and I'm fine with it. And I for some reason, I'm not concerned about the salary because I think we can do it without. We also determine the range of salaries, and I think a lot of it has to do with that. I don't think that, so I think that we're in the driving,
Well, I mean,
field here. That's what I think,
when
and I've
his-
seen it
yeah.
happen, so
I mean, when
that's
his,
just me.
his salary came up, we went over the range, which I was really uncomfortable for and got, but it was like so much pressure to approve his salary over the range. To me, it's just, I understand you're revising the policies and procedures. I'm wanting copies of those, so I can't even read the policies and procedures, or even the pay schedules. Revise the policies and procedures first, get those to us, have more time under your belt, and then come back, because this literally would be revising a policy and procedure of the police department that I've been asking for 6 months and can't get. So that would be my thing, is revise those first and come back and, so. I mean, I can't vote for something where I need certain records to understand it, and I don't have those, so.
May I?
Yeah.
I think green button. There's pros and cons. I understand and somewhat agree with the opportunity cost of potential opportunity, future cost of what that difference in title could cost us, but that is 1,000% in our control, and we could easily change the title back to what it was if we did experience an issue with the expectations on compensation at the time. I don't think that a potential issue in the future that is within 100% of our control should dictate our decision now when there's pros and benefits associated with it. Mariva, you hit it perfectly, nailed perfectly on the head, and we did the same thing within our company. We have almost 50 employees, privately owned, and we did a restructuring of titles, and it really did boost the morale, and people had much more self-worth. It did improve our internal promotion program. It improved our internal culture. So coming from the private side, if that's happening on the private side, then it's going to be even greater on the public side. So, I mean, I think the pros outweigh the cons. Again, it's 100% in our control what we do in the future. So I would be in favor of it for those reasons. Public comment.
Public comment?
Commissioner Walker, sorry. Thanks for turning me on, Amber. And Commissioner Runty, our company did a similar restructuring, and in addition to the morale boost, people live up to their titles. They grow and they try to reach and be respected for having that title. So I do think it makes a huge change. And as for timing, I wouldn't want a slow leader. Like, I appreciate that this is happening quickly and that you're identifying things that need to be changed quickly. I think that's great. My question is, I should know, how many lieutenants do you have?
1.
Okay, and you mentioned the increase in educational requirements. Have those been met, or will those be met? Is that the anticipation?
They will be met in anticipation.
Okay, so I think it would be a great thing to give somebody a title that they can be proud about and live up to, especially if I think I know who we're talking about. They've been with the Melbourne Beach Police Force for a long time, and it probably is time for a change of title.
Thanks, Haley.
Tim Reed, 302 4th Avenue. So to me, this strikes me as a want, and it's not really a need. There's no change, and then there's no change. It's just superfluous. So maybe that makes people feel better. I don't know. Let me ask you a question though. For this 60 credits from an accredited college to achieve within 1 year. I mean, is that even physically possible to go from 0 to 60 credits in a year? You could do that?
These days, I think you can just about get a bachelor's degree in a year.
Well, we don't want somebody
he already
getting
has the person that is in that
degree.
position. the person that is in that position right now already has a lot of credit, so he'll easily meet that.
So credits are credits, but one credit is not the same as a different credit. Are these credits in law enforcement education or law, or is it business? I mean, it seems there would be 60 credits very specific to the job function.
Quite honestly, you know, with my experience, my degrees are vast. I have a bunch of different ones. And I don't really want somebody in a law enforcement degree. I want someone in a business degree or something along that realm. Because if you're going to be, no, I know. And I didn't want to, I didn't want to limit what they wanted to get in their degree. Because I think any degree is an accomplishment. I think it teaches you things by getting your degree. And all those.
I disagree wholeheartedly that this is a professional position. You are educated in the profession you are pursuing. So I strongly disagree with that.
I have a
This
business degree.
is a small 1 square mile town. This is Mayberry. This is a want. It's not a need. I don't think it's going to change anything. I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more public comment? Seeing none? So,
Move to approve the consideration changing the rank of a lieutenant to deputy chief within the police department as presented.
okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. That's 3-1. All right, so now where are we? Consideration of the state mutual aid agreement with Florida Division of Emergency Management. This is item new business F, page 206 to 221.
So periodically, the EOC, the Division of Emergency Management, which we call the EOC, provides us with updated agreements that allow the state to step in on behalf of the town if we're unable to do so in an emergency, regardless of what we may need, whether it's help with police or clearing our roads or whatever, FEMA, whatever that is that we might need. This is an agreement, an interlocal agreement that we sign with the state that allows them, that they can step in and assist us. The last agreement we had was a few years ago. They don't renew it every year. Yeah, this is 2023. I'm not sure why they paid in 2023 and 2024, but it's been an agreement that we've had through emergency management since records go back to 1994, as far as I can see. And it just allows them, we're saying you can come in and help us if you're in need of help. Or if we ask for help, they will come in and help us.
I mean, this obviously seems important. I mean, I imagine like most cities and towns sign these, or is
Oh,
this?
yeah.
All of them.
So yeah, I mean, I can't imagine anybody that maybe wouldn't, but, the other thing, so here was my question, and not that, I mean, I don't have any reason to oppose it. It's pretty complicated and technical, but it is important, and I imagine it's not something we can like sort of edit. It's sort of a take it or leave.
It's
I know.
non-negotiable.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying. It's sort of take it or leave it. So, and it's, but, if for whatever reason we didn't, would we just be under the old one? Or did they basically, they update them every couple of years, they say, hey, if you want to keep going, here's what you got to sign? Or, because that wasn't clear from the paperwork, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think, they just, I think there are very minor changes.
Okay, because that was, without having the old one, and then without being told, like, if we don't sign this one, the old one would expire, like, this is the replacement, so we either sign this or we have nothing.
Right,
I
this-
wasn't sure.
Yeah, this supersedes the old agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if we signed it, it would supersede it, but I didn't know if, like, so for example, if you have a 30-year agreement and on year 25, they're like, hey, we've updated, we come in a new form, here you go. You actually wouldn't, you could not sign it because you have a term contract, you still have 5 years. But, so I don't know anything about the prior agreement. This probably makes sense to Mr. Knight, but
Yeah.
is it that situation, is the prior agreement a term, and so we, that,
Yeah, if we don't sign this,
okay.
and that's
Yeah.
fine, we don't have to, but then they will not render aid.
Okay, well, that's, I'm not, yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to signing it, but that's what I wanted to know. This absolutely replaces, there's no, okay, all right.
It's not like the old one is still in effect.
Yeah, but it wasn't clear in the paperwork, that point, so I was trying to find out.
That's what you're trying
Yeah.
to, yeah.
So I don't have any,
No questions.
I don't have any questions, so. Public comment on the Florida Division of Emergency Management Agreement? Okay, so do I have a motion?
Move to approve consideration of the statewide mutual aid agreement with FEMA.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that's 4-0, Amber. Are we getting, okay, here we go. We're down to consideration to renew the contract for James Moore.
Right. So this is the accounting firm that we use currently, and they have provided us with a new 3-year renewal for audit years 2024, 25, and 26. They have indicated that the fee for the 2024 audit year would be $32,000, 2025 would be $33,500, and 2026 would be $35,000. We do feel very strongly about our relationship with James Moore, not in that, they are a large professional accounting firm. It's not that we have some kind of close relationship with them, I don't mean that, but they are, we do respect them, they respect us, they know our systems, they know some of the challenges that we face as a small municipality. They've also been very accommodating to our finance area when we have questions. There are some accounting firms that don't or won't provide some of that information to you. So this is here for your consideration for a 3-year renewal.
Is this something that we have to or should bid, Mr. Knight?
No, it is under $35,000 for the fees, so it would not be a category 2.
But it could go, the third year would be 35, and this is not, sometimes it does go over because there's extra things.
Well, it's not greater than $35,000, so.
Okay.
And really, it would start from the first year as well,
Yeah.
so.
I don't know, I think the last time we had this issue about whether to bid or not, it was a very hard decision, and I was very clear that almost everything I feel like you ought to bid. You know, and I remember saying, it's like not, there are a lot of accounting firms, so it's not a situation like the trash where there's only 2. There actually are, so that would be my thing, is to bid it.
Was, just looking at the,
But nothing against them, so.
just looking at the budget real quick. We have in there 32,600 this year. So
Pardon me?
in this year's budget, we have 32,600 for auditing. So did they actually go down by $600?
Didn't they propose an increased fee and we rejected it and then we negotiated 32?
Yeah, I'm
That's
trying
6
to,
months ago.
there was a
Okay.
They tried
negotiated
to
fee
go up
for
and we said no.
the cost of living, I got cost adjustment.
Okay.
There was,
Yeah, that's fine. I was just, it's, I think, I understand the mayor's point about that, because I was the one that said, yeah, let's go out for bid. But they also went up 60-something%, and these people are going up 0% essentially, for the next year, so. Anyway, that's one of
I mean, I stayed mine. I'm nothing against James Moore, though, for the record, my saying we should go to bid, so that's, Do we have, did you have any public comment?
I have a question for you, actually. Since they're proposing no change in fee for the next year, would you agree to a 1-year contract?
No, I think we go to bid.
Yeah.
I don't understand, yeah, I can't imagine they would.
right.
Yeah,
I'm just
so-
throwing it out there.
Yeah, and
I think there's value, I mean, I have personally interacted with them, I think they've been extremely professional, they have a lot of manpower behind them, they can move very quick. I don't know, I don't wanna go through the same arguments and conversations as Waste Pro, but I can tell you, I think most people were happy with that. I mean, I don't have any other questions.
so should we go to public comment? Public comment on whether we should accept just an extension or go to bid? Bid it.
To Tim Reed, 302 Fourth Avenue. Okay, so I read it and I think I understood it, but it looked like it's a 3-year contract for signing. We've been with the company for over 10 years. We have a long-term relationship.
About 8, maybe 7.
Okay, so that's a pretty long-term relationship. So I understand the value of maintaining a long-term relationship and the familiarity that they have or whatever. So their contract is going up $1,500 each year, basically, is what the rise is there. And then they also say that, I mean, that's for what the contract covers, a set of services that they're providing. But there was also, I thought, a statement in there, if in the event we have to go to an audit, to get an audit, to support that, there's an additional $1,500 hit for doing that. So I guess if I was me negotiating, and we're saying we have a long-term relationship, I would probably ask that we get one free audit if necessary in the 3-year, if we're willing to sign up for a 3-year term. So that would be my.
Can I explain to you what the single audit is? If we receive grant funds in excess of $750,000, it's required by accounting standards that we have a separate audit done on just those funds. That would trigger the additional single audit fee of the $1,500. If we don't receive funds in that amount, there is no single audit.
Right, I'm just saying, so that it doesn't cost them anything to say yes to that. But they may never need to do it, but it's in your hip pocket, then you have it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, actually, honestly, I would have to ask them if they can do that because of the nature of the audit. It's a very specific, separate audit to manage these funds, to account for these funds, and I don't know that they could waive that. My inclination would be no, but I would certainly ask.
Yeah. I mean, here's my thing too, and I have nothing against James Moore. I think they do a great job. But one, there are a lot of auditing and accounting firms, so this is a pool from which we could do a bid, and we could make a decision. But two, the other thing is the familiarity and stuff it makes things easier. But just companies and stuff, whenever they have auditors, like all the different big, they actually they always rotate them after 5 years, and because financial auditing is so important, whether it's private business, public companies, government, it is such an important thing, but there's a familiarity that happens after a certain period of time, and they've found statistically that it's best to move them on after 5 years because sometimes they get too comfortable with, when you're friends with someone, it's hard to audit them.
Who says
so, so, and I'm not saying that that's happening, but I just, for those two reasons, I think if we've been with them for 7 or 8, or they've been with us 7 or 8 years, there are a lot of auditing firms. I'd like for it to go to bid. That's
Just so you're aware, our auditing team changes every year. There are different people that are on the team. So while Zach Chelfor is still the managing partner who connects with us, the actual auditing team is different every year. We don't have repeat
He's
auditors.
The responsible party, though.
Because
I've had conversations with him
he's
or
my
whatever, about some of the
counterpart
issues that came
in
up
that
before.
sense. Yeah, but the actual team that audits finance is always different.
That takes care of it.
Anyway, okay. So did we go? Yeah, we went to public comment. Any other public comment? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion to renew the contract with James Moore.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All nay. Anyway, me, that's nay. So that's 3-1, Amber. Okay, next up. And the reason why I nayed it was nothing personal at all against James Moore. I just would like for us to take it to bid. So, administrative reports, page 240. That's Ms. Mascara?
Yes, so I'm not sure, it doesn't seem like we were doing a lot this past year, or month, but we were. This is a very busy month for municipalities. Everybody's annual conference takes place between the end of April and beginning of June. So I went to my conference, town clerk went to her conference, the building official went to his conference, finance went to their conference. So all of our players have been out getting education, strengthening our bonds with our fellow, people, or they are people. So that was
Counterparts.
good. I went to a really interesting event at the Kennedy Space Center, which, was kind of touted as a community event, but the community wasn't there. Actually, with the building official, us and Cape Canaveral were the only municipalities. It was all people that were involved with, the Space Force, whether it was NASA, SpaceX, Blue Origin, and it was all about their plans for the next 10 years, how they plan to go to Mars. And
Yeah, I saw that. I wanted to go to it, but I was gonna be out of town, so I'm glad you guys went.
yeah, it was very interesting, very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Got a lot of super people doing super things here. And there's, and I'm smiling, so I maybe work for those super people, I don't know.
We'll confirm or deny.
Right, so trim, I got the first notice for the trim, which is the difference between our, property values and the increase due to people moving into town. Actually, the vacation rentals allow for a lift too, because you're paying, your taxes at the street rate. July 1st, I will get the final, so I'll be able to get you the budget that week as soon as I get that concrete number.
Yeah. And by the way, I have a family vacation, so they've got, I just found out, but there's a first week of July, they'll be scheduling a budget. I won't be able to be there, but anyway.
We'll have several meetings.
So, but it won't be, yeah, so,
And we'll go over your
okay,
vacation.
all right.
So, it's good. Pineapple Man was a huge success again.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
great.
there and
Great with
actually I
that.
saw you.
Yeah, you did a
there.
very good job with
yeah.
that, by the way.
So
Everybody
just,
did.
we were actually quite busy, just, pure like it on paper.
I saw in your report, and I'm excited to have seen it, is Officer Jim O'Byrne came back.
Yes,
That's
yeah, he
amazing.
did.
I love Jim.
Yep.
Well, that's awesome news, and
Right.
I think a testament to the job the town's doing, and clearly the reputation you have, Chief Zander, because he came back.
Yeah, he's like a 19-year-old kid out there. It's amazing, amazing. So I'm very happy.
I think you had
He
interaction with.
he came to my house,
Officer
yeah, and
O'Byrne,
like
right.
I said, they did a great job, and I hate it, yeah, he stopped somebody from, anyway, coming
Yeah.
on the property, and, yeah.
So that was, it was good.
I
very
felt
good.
bad, I was like, welcome back, and,
They trying to defecate, or?
no.
And the mayor, I wanna say this, the mayor did go to the mayor's breakfast, I was unable to attend, I had I was intending to go and then I couldn't. But if you can see the video, actually, which is quite funny, and very self-deprecating, I was super surprised when I was laughing out loud,
I
so
did too.
it was
And they're
very
talking about
good.
the Brevard County Sheriff does a mayor's breakfast, so it's for all the mayors in Brevard County. But he roasts you, like, just, for 5 minutes. So you sit all on a stage, and then he, makes fun of you, roasts you for 5 minutes, then you get up and give a speech. He was pretty easy on me, though, I will say, so.
But it was very good, you really represented the town, it
Thank
was
you.
very nice, and I know our chiefs went,
Yes.
building official and our town clerk, so.
Yes, they did, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I was pretty nervous. All right.
Yep.
Oh, I thought that was the last thing. Okay, so sorry. Okay, we're on task list. This is the last one?
Right.
Or, sorry, I didn't mean to, were you, okay.
That's okay.
I heard her
I
say
mean,
that.
so lifeguard coverage, we've already talked about
Yep.
that, so we can close that,
Close
I
that?
guess, right?
Yeah.
Close it.
Yeah.
The Sixth Avenue boat ramp, we check on this periodically, building official. It just,
Just waiting for
they're
grants.
so busy, and this just is not a part of
Waiting
the
for
project,
grants and hoping we don't
unfortunately.
get hurricanes.
I know.
Yeah, we're waiting on Mike Collegiant to give us some preliminary approvals from DEP and
Right.
kind of some suggestions on
I would,
what
the
he would
seawall.
recommend.
since it's my item, I'd like to request to push it 3 months,
Okay,
because we don't wanna be doing anything during hurricane season, in my
No.
opinion.
No.
So, when is hurricane season over? What, November 1st? That's
Yeah.
my office.
yeah, usually,
Last year we had one, like, I think around Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
right,
So maybe push,
bite your tongue.
maybe push it to October 1st.
Yeah, well,
Maybe push it till
that's when we get our hurricanes.
December, because that'll be right after the election anyway. I mean, that's what I would
It's
say,
fine.
but,
The end of September is our hurricanes and beginning of October, so that, that, from the 15th to the 15th, that's a very busy, busy time
Yeah.
for hurricanes,
That's fine.
historically,
Yeah,
for us.
December's fine.
Okay,
Hopefully we don't have.
Okay, is that everything?
yep.
So do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. And a second? All in favor? Aye? Aye. Woo, we're done. Okay. Thank you. All right.
You forgot my report.
Whoa. Oh my, don't scare me like that.
So,
Well, you're a regular over here.
are you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Knight. I know this was late, but I appreciate you, Mr. Knight. I know this was late and you